Sorry. Hello everyone. I have blueberries. Would you like one? Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Also, if that looked like there weren't enough blueberries for everybody, right? Do not worry. I have more. Okay. It is time. These are really good blueberries, by the way. It is time to edit. It is time to work. And I'll put on music and get straight to it. I'm gonna be up all night editing. I gave up going to sleep. And by that I mean I gave up because the reason I stopped editing yesterday was, okay, it's what time was it? Like 2 AM, and I was like, I guess I can go to bed now. See if I can fix it. It's not happening. I'll just stay up all night tonight and all day and loop around to fixing my sleep schedule. What page is this? 1097. Oh, I'm blueberry-less. Move on to the next one. Didn't I do it for you? I think these ones are not as good as the other ones. Who? Your gig? Did did anyone see the reel that I put in my Instagram story? I had no one to send that to. So I put it on my Instagram story. Cause I was like, I don't have anyone to send this to that would probably find this as funny as I do. Yeah, for sure. It's in the link of every single one of my videos of descriptions. Applesauce, if you even care. But it's the reel is just Twilight Princess Link and Ocarina of Time Link talking to Breath of the Wild Link. Wait, okay, let me find it. It's not that funny. But it had me cracking up until I was like crying. Hang on, I'm gonna download it because I hate opening Instagram. Maybe it'll be fine. No, I'm right. Instagram sucks. Okay, hang on. It's just called get. Why did it order? Links. There we are. Like I said, it's- I wish it wasn't this dark. I don't know why they did that. Hang on. It's not that funny. You guys are not gonna laugh at this the way I laughed at this. I can already feel it. His fucking face. It's not that funny. But it cracks me up. For those who don't know, from my knowledge, to my knowledge, Breath of the Wild Link is the only Link that was giving the ability to jump with a button. And it gagged everybody. When they I remember when we found out we could just make him jump on the spot. We went, what? Because in every other game, you can't jump. Unless you run up to a ledge. Or unless you like... Yeah, it's like a ledge. You can't jump unless you go up to a ledge. Or to a cliff or whatever. There's no ability to jump with a button. So Breath of the Wild was... That's why he says maybe there's an invisible edge. It's the fucking... His wig is snatched. Oh my god, consider his cap snatched. Holy shit. Gagged, literally. That's how we felt when they released Breath of the Wild and you could jump on the spot. It was crazy. Like I said, it wasn't that funny, but it was funny to me. And I was like, I have no one to send this to. I'll just put it on my story. It's a... He was gagged. He didn't know what to say. Mm-hmm. Anyways, thank you for listening. Skinny Kuma. Adventure of Link is the only other game, but no one gives a fuck about Zelda 2. Unfortunately true. A lot left of the video to be done. I do not believe I'm even halfway there. Maybe? Hang on, let me double check. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit left to do. Bye, Crash. There's a lot to say about Kuma. Okay? Okay. There's a lot surrounding him. I'm talking about One Piece's Jesus. Of course he's gonna get a big fat fucking video. You don't want me to talk about Jesus? Nika is God. Kuma's the Jesus metaphor. Kuma literally takes on everyone's pain. Literally. Like, at his fucking head. Like, no. Kuma's Jesus. He's raised in a fucking church. This is the big ol' Jesus. I never went to Bible school. Nika is God, not Jesus. I bet Kuma could turn water into wine. I will never let you go. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Please tell me someone in chat is watching Australian Survivor. They still make that show? Wrath, are you like... Are you 40? Hi, Mama. Mama, have you thought about Zoro's sexism? Since discussion. What conclusion have you come to? Have you thought about Zoro's crimes? Sorry. His horrible crimes of not treating women as warriors. How dare he not cut down women? Can't win. Gay men can't be sexist. Fuck, you got me there. Got me there, you got me there. Let's not talk about Batman again. We're not having this discussion again. Batman is only good when I see him in the context of Superman, Batman, Yaoi. Aside from that, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that guy. He's only good with other characters. Is anyone here an artist? Now, applesauce, I understand if you want to say no because unfortunately I would not be paying you for your efforts, but I was going to make this myself. However, what I need is Ginny and Kuma, and Ginny saying, "Excuse me, he asked for no pickles," as Kuma stands behind her looking a bit shy and worried. Is that a possibility? It doesn't have to be perfect. It can look as scratchy as you want because it's just a meme. But if you, out of the goodness of your heart, wanted to make that, and you will be credited in the video, that's fine. Applesauce is tallying up their time. You're very kind, Applesauce, you're very kind. I'm sorry, I'm being filthy and scummy because I'm like, I'll pay you an exposure. And I understand that fucking sucks, but I wasn't expecting you to spend any money on this video, you know? I mean, I can send you like $10. I can send you something. It just won't be a lot. Applesauce, you're in my Discord, aren't you? Oh, I know you are. What am I talking about? I'm sorry, I'm foolish. Hang on, I'm gonna... I'm messaging you so you can message me. And then everything can conspire through there. Alright. Negotiations have begun. Communications are open. I need love. Because the origin of the meme is Jay-Z standing behind Beyonce. And I was just gonna like kind of edit that. But I don't want to put Jay-Z in my fucking video. Who likes that fucking guy, you know? I'm sending it to you for reference. However, applesauce, there's better ones out there. So let me, there's one of Guts and Casca, which is one of my personal favorites. That is not Casca. Who the fuck is this? Okay, never mind. Is this AI? Okay, the AI clearly used Guts as a model. I'm not showing it to you. You don't get to see it. Where the fuck is the Guts Casca one? I know that exists. Alright, well, here you go, applesauce. But of course, Kuma's huge. That's part of the joke. Make sure Kuma is huge and make Ginny look like, you know, angry and assertive. Oh, there's one of Zelda and Link. That's cute. I don't know who these guys are that I sent you applesauce, but you know, do what you want. It might exist, but I don't want to use it because it'd be another artist's creation. And I respect artists. Lonely Pumpkin, you can do whatever you want. You know what? Maybe I'll include both of them. We'll see. Actually, Lonely Pumpkin, no! I hate you. Get your own ideas. Damn. What can you draw instead? I was trying to think of something you can draw that I can give you. I don't have any ideas. I'm sorry for asking. Nah, go on, draw it. Yes, please, applesauce. Sorry, I'm not DMing you, but yes, please. I mean, I did, you know what I mean. Fuck, I thought I wrote down the chapter where Ivankov talks about miracles don't just happen, miracles are made. I have to have this downloaded somewhere. Chapter 537, it's gonna be around there. Hello, hello. Be careful, hang on, alright. Do not talk about chapter 1158 we're on, aren't we? Look at the way I'm holding my blueberry typing this. As you all know, what in the ninjutsu? Whatever the fuck? As you all know, I only type with my 2 index fingers, plus maybe my thumb. Maybe. Honestly, it's usually my pinky finger and my, pinky finger and the, index finger. I put her in her safe spot while I typed. We're on chapter 1158, aren't we? Yeah. You want to see something fucking awesome? Read all that. Read all that. If you can't read it, first of all, you smell like a newcomer. That's fucking awesome. The candy boys and girls here have all transcended gender completely. Men become women, and the women become men. That's the kind of miracles we do here. Miraculous. My glorious Queen Ivankov. Let's fucking go. Also, Ivankov getting bitches? What the hey? I mean, I knew Ivankov fucked. I just haven't thought about it. Is that fucking Johnny Bravo? Johnny Bravo, I didn't know you were an egg. Oh my goodness. No way. Kason, it's 2 a.m. Go to bed. The egg was correct. It's midnight for you? Ah, that's right. You're in Queensland, aren't you? Or at least I think you are. Actually, I do know there's an episode of Johnny Bravo becoming a woman. And there's like a part where like a guy, she's getting like catcalled on the street, and like Johnny Bravo as a woman is thinking, ew, what the hell? And then one guy speaks Spanish, and she's like, what did he say? I remember that. It cracked me up real bad. What did he say? What the hell did he say? How many time zones in Australia? You are asking the wrong person. Oh, you're in Western Australia? I don't know. 3? I genuinely don't know. Don't ask me these things. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Ivankov, Bonchan, manga page 538. Never ever 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 have the idea that I am smart. I'm sure some of you don't, but I'm not. Don't have that idea, because then you expect too much of me. And I'm trying to avoid that. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn the music back on. New Sanji video. I wish. I do quite like Sanji, you know? I do quite like him. I don't mention Sanji in this one. Hang on, I gotta double check. I'm pretty sure I avoided Sanji for this one. I mention him only in context of the nothing happens scene. That's the only time I mention him. But I don't talk about him in relation to Kuma. Please clap. Please clap. I already did it for Bonnie, and that's only because Bonnie and Sanji actually had that connection. I didn't do it for Kuma because I'm reasonable when I need to be, okay? I'm reasonable. Right? Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. Bye, Lonely Pumpkin. I only mentioned him for the Bonnie video because they had that dynamic and because Sanji and Bonnie clearly had a closer relationship in Egghead than Bonnie had with other Straw Hats. Bonnie's closest relationship with the Straw Hats in Egghead were Sanji and Luffy. Now Robin. Robin came in later though. Sanji will not be mentioned. $10.96. Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. 'Cause it feels so mystical, magical. It was Sanji and Zoro together that convinced Kuma to spare... Like, that's what I talk about. That's what I talk about. Yes, I do. To die together. But it was Sanji and Zoro together that convinced Kuma to not kill Luffy. Anyone's audio buggy? Does anyone have buggy audio? Good to me. Lucifer, it's just you. But the reason it was Sanji and Zoro together is because obviously Zoro said, you know, spare Luffy, take my head instead. Buggy? Shut up! But the reason it was Zoro and Sanji together that convinced Kuma is because, you know, Zoro said, spare me, spare Luffy, take me instead. And also, who knows if Kuma would take that deal, right? But what convinced him is he literally watched another crewmate pick themselves up, even though they could barely stand, carry themselves over to the commotion, and watch them literally fight about who should die in Luffy's place. And back in the day, for Kuma, it was like, oh, to us, that was like, oh, I guess Kuma does have a heart, because if he's like seeing this, then yeah. But now it makes sense, right? Because Kuma as a character is literally someone that would rather shoulder all the pain that his loved one would have. Like, he would rather his loved one be spared and he take their pain. That's how Kuma works. So he was watching Zoro and Sanji together literally fighting to spare Luffy of this death, take on that pain and that burden instead, to the point that Zoro wordlessly knocked Sanji out because he refused to let anyone die. Not just Luffy, but Sanji as well. Back in the day, I talk about it. Back in the day, that was confusing for us because it's like, Kuma has a heart, question mark? But now it makes total sense. Now it's like, oh, that spoke to Kuma personally. That really got to Kuma to see this crew love each other so much. And Kuma even said at the end of Thriller Bark, Luffy has incredible friends. Of course he does, because he's your sun dragon. Now we know again, I mean, we knew this back then as well. Kuma was part of the Revolutionary Army. That is probably shit that he has done and he has, like, wanted to do for people he's loved in the Revolutionary Army. Like Ginny. Right? So, it was both of them because, again, having, like, Zoro do that, obviously it means a lot that Zoro did that. But it was just showing that the whole crew is like that. It's not just Zoro. It's Luffy's entire crew. Because we can absolutely extend Zoro and Sanji's want to not let Luffy die and to take Luffy's place to the other crewmates. And the reason we can extend that to them is because they refuse to give Luffy up. Because Kuma said, if you give Luffy up, I'll spare you all. And they said, no way in hell I'll be doing that. So I do talk about that in the video, how back in the day that felt like it didn't make sense. Or it felt like we were like getting an insight of Kuma, like, oh, Kuma is reasonable and Kuma does have a heart, how interesting. And now the Thriller Box scene is changed completely from what we know about Kuma, and now we can see that that scene 100% like touched him personally and what it means to have these kinds of friends and crewmates. Yeah, they always rank loyalty. It always cracks me up when they rank the loyalty of that scene though, because again, we've talked about it. They removed Sanji. They fucking removed Sanji from the scene. It's just bizarre. And it's like, you can use that scene to rank loyalty, I suppose. But you can't use that scene to rank loyalty and then remove one of the main characters of the scene from the scene! It's just ridiculous. Wow, 18 months. I think my sub just said its first word. Oh! That's so beautiful! Sanji being at the bottom of the loyalty list for like the... Because again, I don't loyalty scale. I think that's stupid. I think all the Straw Hats are just as loyal as each other. I think they'd all do this for Luffy. But putting Sanji at the bottom is fucking crazy. Again, that just seems spiteful and petty. Because it's like, Sanji has proven time and time again what he will do for this crew and what he will do for Luffy. I think it's because there's that... I want to say that narrative that Sanji would just leave the crew for a woman. When Whole Cake Island was literally proof, no the fuck he wouldn't. No the fuck he wouldn't. He would actively reject women for the crew. Again, tell me that you haven't watched Whole Cake Island without telling me. But even before that, fucking anyone would know that Luffy wouldn't leave the crew for a... that Sanji wouldn't leave the crew for a woman. Of course he wouldn't do that. Zoro and Sanji having a secret from Luffy. I do hope that comes back around. I mean, remember, the crew got that letter from Sanji in Whole Cake Island that said, I'm leaving the... Like, I gotta go see a woman about something. So they were scared, right? And then they found out, oh, Sanji was actually lying out of his ass and he was just running off to try and deal with this by himself. The only reason they doubted him in that moment is because of that letter. Which is what Zoro was doing. And Zoro was like, Mama, but Zoro was mad. He was really upset. And then Luffy said, we're not going to get to the bottom of this if we just argue about it. We got to go and ask what the fuck is happening. Because that was the crew debating, would he do that? And of course the conclusion was no the fuck he wouldn't. He was quite literally blackmailed into doing it. Do-do-do. I mean, Nami was literally there. Nami was the one that noticed they said something to Sanji. Because Sanji didn't outright tell them, hey, I'm being blackmailed. Nami, Brook, and Chopper were watching the exchange. And Nami was like... It's an insane POV. Because we see Nami seeing Sanji make, like, a face of, like, disgust and fear when, Beige's, crewmate whispers something to him. And I assume it's to do with the Vinsmokes and Zeph and blackmail. I don't remember exactly what he said, but they don't know what happened. They fully didn't know what happened. Not even Nami did. All she could work on was context clues. And that's why she was like, no, there's no way he just up and left for this reason. Something happened. Do-do-do. But I always say this, it's just spiteful. It's just fans that don't like Sanji. Again, this is why when you say, I'll never forget when I said on twitter.com, Zoro and Sanji are equals, they are supposed to be equals. And how mad that made people. Like, it was crazy how mad that made people. And it's like, okay, whatever you want. Like, alright, read the manga the way you want to read the manga, but you're in for scenes that you will despise if this is how you see the manga. If you seriously think Zoro and Sanji do not like each other and do not see each other as equals, then you're gonna absolutely fucking hate the rest of this reading experience. Like, you don't make characters wings and then not make them equals. It doesn't make sense. The big wing and the small wing. A real power scaling discussion. Can Zoro do the splits? Can he? Cause Sanji can hold a sword. I don't see Zoro doing the splits. Just saying. If this were like a real power scaling discussion, it'd be like Zoro can't do the splits because his balls are too big and heavy. Because he's more of a man, you know? There are not going to be more than 2 wings. It's very clear what the metaphor is. I'll be honest, I don't know why people keep trying to add Nami into the wing discussion. Because I see it a lot and it's like... she's not part of this dynamic. She just isn't. And it's fine that she's not. Why does she have to be part of it? Because the reason Sanji and Zoro are the wings is because Sanji and Zoro are the ones that are always taking on the other big bads, while Luffy takes on the biggest guy. They're literally supporting him both mentally and physically on the battlefield in that sense. And that was established all the way back in Arlong Park when Luffy was in the water and Zoro and Sanji together were fighting in Arlong Park and taking on Arlong's biggest, baddest men. That's how they work. Citrus Trio. Flamingo, that was me. I think I've said this, right? Are you saying that because you knew I said that? You knew I made that up? Are you buttering me up? Oh, I want lobster. Oh, I'll have you know, back in good old 2021, I believe it was, or 2022, I was the one that coined Citrus Trio. That was me! That was me, bitch! And I'll remember that was me because that was one of like my first like One Piece tweets that popped the fuck off. And so many people were like, Citrus Trio, wow, what a good name. And I was like, oh, please, I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere. Because when I saw them when I was watching One Piece, I was like, they look like a lemon, a lime, and an orange. Buttering me up. Oh, I want lobster. I'm hungry. But see, Rain Dragon, were you there on twitter.com? I'm not going to talk about this again, but were you there on twitter.com when I said, when Oda released Roger's crewmate list, and I said, it's incredibly interesting that he excluded Zoro and Sanji's roles from Roger's crew list, and I do think that's on purpose. And I think that's on purpose because Oda's aware of all the fucking fan gobbledygook, and because he didn't want that kind of argument. So he actively removed or excluded Zoro and Sanji's roles from Roger's list. And I said that. And the amount of people that were like, Zoro's role is there, what are you talking about? Because Rayleigh First Mate was there. And oh boy, the floodgates were open. That was insane. That was the day that hundreds of people found out this has never been Zoro's official role, ever. And they were trying to convince themselves. So when they try and argue that Gabun has to have some relevance to Nami because Navigator, it can't just be Sanji, they're shooting themselves in the foot, because it's like, oh, okay, well then what's Rayleigh's relation with the non-existing first mate? Where's that then? You know what I mean? Because the issue is they don't want to accept that the role of a character has absolutely no relevance to the wing position of a character or the right arm, left arm of a character, right? They don't want to admit that, so they have to hold on to Zoro first mate. They have to, and it's like, it's just not a canonical thing. I just don't know what to tell you guys. Hello, Votukum. But again, I'm not going to talk about this. I talk about this all the time. The video will eventually be made on it, and hopefully this discussion will be somewhat cleared up. Flamingo, why would he not choose a cook, though? A cook is pretty essential to a crew, and he didn't add a cook. Like, I'm pretty sure he was excluding that on purpose. I wouldn't say that he just made them up. A cook is pretty big. I talked to Goofy about this. Goofy said the only reason that he'd think that is because Zoro's the only one who'd care about that. And I said, Goofy, that is not true. The crew would beat the shit out of him if he said that. Robin is the first one to mention the wings thing. No, I agree with that, Flamingo, but I'm saying that it feels pretty purposeful that he's left out the two roles of Zoro and Sanji specifically because he's aware that Gabun and Rayleigh are Roger's wings, and they have these two roles, right? Luffy's own wings are Sanji and Zoro, and I'm pretty sure he was excluding them on purpose, because I think he didn't want those comparisons. I think he's very wary of that. Like, I think he's definitely not under a rock the way we think he is. Again, the reason I'll never, ever, ever, ever say there's ever going to be a first mate is because Luffy just doesn't work like that. He just doesn't work like that. I just don't understand why Luffy is excluded. Like, Luffy has to pick his first mate. You pick a first mate. You get assigned the role. You don't just, like, become it. Luffy's not gonna point at someone and say, I trust you more. I trust you the most in the crew. It's just ridiculous in my opinion. The only reason Zoro would care about it is because he'd want to one-up Sanji. Because they always have that fucking, like... Because they're fucking... Because they, like... I don't think Zoro would care, but I think he would just to spite Sanji. Because they're always arguing with each other. But I've talked about this because now people are saying, well, Zoro's going to develop into first mate. Now they're saying that because someone pointed out this is not his official role. It's never been his official role. And again, first mate is not just a title, it's a role. We know that because of Rayleigh. And I've talked about this. We know that because of multiple characters, not just Rayleigh. When I say multiple, I mean Ben and Rayleigh. There's not that many first mates, and Buggy's crewmate as well. But the reason I talk about how that can't make sense is because that would then throw Water 7 under the bus. Which is, you just gotta do what you can do with who you are. And I cannot see Oda having a role given to Zoro, a fighter, for over 25 years. Just to then go, actually, Zoro, you need to be more than that. You are now first mate. I can't see that happening. Because I feel like it upends the message of Water 7. Which is, no, you do actually have to be something else now. Be first mate. Like, okay, so Sanji can just be upgraded to, I don't know what, the diplomat now? You know what I mean? So anyone on the crew can now change roles now. You see how it's just, it doesn't make sense. I just can't see it happening. It's just the fact that Oda even said, no, this page is not about first mates. Zoro doesn't have that title. Like, Zoro, it doesn't have that role. It's just insane. Even the author has fucking said it. Why are we still arguing it? Anyway, whatever. $10.96. The reason this gets me so bad, and it'll always get me so bad, is because people will always argue, well, the crew will listen to Zoro and will follow Zoro's orders if Luffy's not there. Not only have we had an example of that, and that didn't happen, mind you, which was Wano, which everyone ignores, except for me, except for this girl. No, the fuck they wouldn't. Like, if Zoro tried to take charge outside of a battle situation, they'd call him a fucking moron. Like, they'd beat him up. It's just insane. Like, if he said something stupid, they wouldn't fucking listen to him. That's the point. And in fact, the only outside battle situation that they have listened to Zoro, and they never bring this up, I'm the only one that's really noticed this, is Skypiea. When the ship got separated in Skypiea and they were sent to Jaya in the forest. And Zoro was like, well, maybe there's something we can do. And Nami said to him, oh, do you have a plan? And Zoro said, not much of a plan, but we can do this and this, right? However, the reason they skipped Skypiea is because at the same time, guess who's with Luffy and Usopp? And guess who's leading the pack between Luffy and Usopp? It's Sanji. Guess who's quite literally leading their captain and telling their captain what to do and where to go? Sanji is. So they ignore that as well. There's also multiple moments in Skypiea where Sanji is like, he's talking to the whole crew and he's like, no, we shouldn't do that, but we'll go over and set up there and we'll do that over there. And everyone's listening to him, which proves my point. The whole crew listen to each other. There is no one that is above or below anyone on this pecking order. They all listen to each other. If someone has a plan, they will hear them out. They don't look to one person for a plan. Zoro and Water 7 is underrated. Flamingo, that is... Are you rage baiting me? Zoro and Water 7 is the only thing fucking anyone talks about when they talk about this topic. That's rage bait, right? You have to be rage baiting me. You're rage baiting me. You pissed me off. You pissed me off. But yeah, Skypiea is one of the only other examples of the crew being separated and Luffy's not there, so Zoro's there. And he is helping the crew, but once again, the same thing happens on the other side as well. Where you have Luffy... Also, Drum Island, mind you. is another example. Drum Island had Luffy separated from the crew. Zoro was not leading the pack in Drum Island. Usopp and Vivi were. This is what I mean. There's literally no example of Zoro leading the crew when Luffy's not there. It doesn't exist. Which is why when they say that, it's like, you're making this up. I'm showing you when this has happened and how this hasn't happened. And you're still saying, no, 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 no. Like, you're making this shit up. You know what I mean? I'm showing you canonical proof that he doesn't do that. And they're going, no, 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 no. And it's like, oh my god, what am I meant to do? I just don't know what I'm meant to do. Wow, wow. When Zoro's in charge, it's a fighting situation because that's his niche. That's what he's fucking good at. So it makes sense that he does that. Of course he's going to be in charge in a fighting situation. He's the fighter. Of course there's one for Sanji leading Brook, Nami, Chopper, and Momo, and Caesar, mind you, in Zoro. He was the one keeping tabs on Caesar. But once again, I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I just don't get it because I use their reasoning against them. And I say, well, there is actually an example of a character leading the crew when Luffy's not there. And it's Zoro. And they go, oh, it's because Zoro's not there. And it's like, what do you fucking want? Like, it happens in Wano and he doesn't do anything. Like, they're doing this, I'm telling you. And it's like, this is why it's like, you guys, like, what they argue doesn't make sense because I give them an example of another character doing that or Zoro not doing that and they just don't listen. They close their ears. And it's like, at some point you're gonna have to admit that what you're arguing is bullshit. It's bullshit. You're arguing bullshit. You're arguing your headcanon! I've had it with you! But you know, you win some, you lose some. I suppose. Who's stupider, the idiot or the person arguing with an idiot, as they say? Do, 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 do. Well, Flamingo, that was the joke. Zoro didn't do shit. Also, when Zoro said, yeah, I'll lead the crew, Usopp said, you? Usopp said, I sure hope not. And that's further proof that if Zoro did try to take charge, the crew would fucking bully him. They would bully him. You? I don't think so. They bully Luffy for God's sake, and he's their captain. I don't know. I just think people want the Straw Hats to... Look, it's for two reasons. People want the Straw Hats to have a hierarchy. And the reason they want a hierarchy is because men especially... I don't know why you guys are like this. You're obsessed with hierarchy. You're obsessed with order. You're obsessed with Big Man 1, Big Man 2, Big Man 3. You're obsessed with that shit. Don't tell me... Like, I don't know why... But a lot of men are really obsessed with that. And I think the reason they're obsessed with that is because it's about the respect. It's about the respect. You know what I mean? And, so they want the Straw Hats to function like Marines. Right? They want the Straw Hats to function like the Marines. They want them to have authoritative and hierarchical roles. You know? The Straw Hats do not fucking function like that. They don't have that. The most hierarchical role that the Straw Hats have is Luffy as captain. And even that sometimes can be upended. And the other thing is because a lot of people are fans of Zoro and they think Zoro doesn't get enough. Or they think Zoro needs more to be more important, so they try and make him more important by giving him what they believe is an important position. But to me, that's just really sad. And I think it's really sad because, they're removing the fact that Zoro is the fighter of the crew and he does a lot of work as the fighter of the crew. But they think it's not good enough. And it's like, but this is Zoro's position. This is his position. By saying that's not good enough, you are looking at what Zoro is in canon and saying that's not good enough for him. He's quite comfortable where he is. He's quite happy there. So it's like you're the one that doesn't respect Zoro's position, not Zoro. It's just bizarre. They just want an argument to say why Zoro is the second most important character on the crew. I'm telling you that's why. And it's like already you've lost that argument because there is no such thing as a more important character on the crew. That doesn't fucking exist. That is what Whole Cake Island was for, and that is what Water 7 was for. It just doesn't exist. But Farfort, that's so sad because that's not what Guts is. That's not just what Guts is. Shedding a tear. Oh, Guts, no one understands you. Guts and Zoro go under my men who are big and strong but actually have a soft heart and weaknesses, but they ignore that category. Guts and Zoro go under the category of my male characters who just need a hug, but their fans argue that they don't. They go in that category. They argue that no, they don't need any softness, you know? Yeah, I read Berserk. I haven't finished it. I'm still reading it. But I like Berserk a lot. It's made me cry. I love Guts. One of the reasons I like Zoro so much is because he reminds me of Guts. I for real think part of Zoro's design, his hair specifically, is inspired by Guts. I'm a little bit convinced. I think there's some Guts inspiration there in Zoro. Which is why when I look between Zoro and I look between Guts and I see the way the fans talk about them, and they talk about them on such a 2D shallow level of man, masculine man, this is a man who fights man. And it's like, but they're supposed to also be soft and emotional and, in a sense, grieving, right? Like, these are characters that hold a lot of pain, and they don't like that they hold this pain, and they need help. They need help to get through this pain. But you, like, when I talk about Zoro's going to break down at some point, because look at him, he looks like he's a pot that's about to overflow, a bubbling pot that's about to overflow. Some of his fans say that I'm like projecting onto him and making him sad, and they don't like that I'm making him sad. And it's like, but that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Zoro's not okay, in my opinion. Oda's taken from tons. Honestly, I'd love a list of inspirations that Oda took from, but I think not even he would remember that. Because he doesn't just take from manga, of course. He takes from fucking anything. It's incredible. But yeah, Zoro and Guts need a hug. I hate the way their fans talk about them, because they talk about them like they don't need a hug, and it's like, they need a hug. They really need a hug. They need a hug bad. Anyway, I like Zoro. I know, shocking. I like Zoro, and I like that he is not a one-dimensional character. Shocking. This is the thing. I defend every Straw Hat because I like all of them. Every single one of them I defend. And then if I defend one Straw Hat, other people think, oh, she hates... Like, I've seen this happen. If I defend Nami in Whole Cake Island, people think I hate Sanji. If I defend Sanji in Whole Cake Island, people think I hate Nami. If I defend Sanji in Wano, people think I hate Zoro. If I defend Zoro in any situation, people think I hate, like, Usopp or something. If I defend Usopp in Water 7, people think I hate Luffy. I can't fucking win! I can't win! No matter how many times I talk about these characters are written to be human. They're written to be human. They are in human situations. They express human emotion. Their reactions are incredibly understandable and human. You get people that think I'm just defending them and throwing someone else under the bus. I just like them all. I just like them all. I just like all the Straw Hats. It's rough out here liking all the Straw Hats. And defending them all. Straw Hats, get behind me. Like when I talk about the Water 7 fight, I will literally defend both Usopp and Luffy in the Water 7 fight. Because I can see exactly where both of these characters are coming from. I can see why they are reacting in the ways they are. And I can see this is supposed to be a representation of self-doubt, of grief, right? Of pain, basically. And when you're in a situation like that, that is far too realistic. That someone will think, maybe it's better if I shoulder all the burdens, and the other person will lash out. Because why are you doing this without, like, talking to me, right? It's an incredibly understandable situation for both of them. And I defend both of them because I know what's happening. And I know where this is coming from. It's one of, like, in my opinion, it's just an incredibly realistic depiction of, like, this verbal fight of what is happening in this situation. But, you tell people this is an incredibly human situation, an incredibly human thing to go through. And people go, no, no. Same thing goes for Nami and Sanji when people go, what? How was Nami tricked in the Whole Cake Island situation? How did she not know? Because she's still fucking human. And Sanji scared the absolute shit out of her. She literally said that Sanji scared her. She was horrified at what she was seeing. You think she's thinking with a straight head after watching Sanji beat the shit out of Luffy and crying and begging him to stop? I don't think so. And when I bring up the fact that in Arlong Park, this same situation has happened with Zoro, where they thought Nami killed Usopp and Zoro was about to jump forward and, like, cut her and hurt her. He was not thinking logically in that moment. It's just, these are incredibly human situations. Which is why I always defend them, because I'm like, I think these are fantastic situations that show how the Straw Hats and these characters are humans. But people will pick a side and then say why someone is totally right and why someone is totally wrong. And it's like, ever heard of nuance? Luffy and Usopp were both right and wrong in that situation. Luffy was right about what he had to do for the Mary. The Mary was totaled. They did have to replace her. Usopp was right that Luffy should not run his crew in this way. And I stand by that. It should not be Luffy's way or the highway. Do, do, do. What in the world? Oh. Do, 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 do. But yeah, this is why I defend them all. Because again, I think they're written exceptionally well. I think they're incredibly human in their writing. Like, I see myself and my own experiences in the Straw Hat experiences all the time. I'm talking about how much I love this line, by the way. I choose life, what about you? What an incredible line. Because, like, when people argue about Usopp being scared and running away, I'm like, bitch! If you were in Usopp's situation, you'd be doing the exact same fucking thing as him. You think you wouldn't? You would. You're no one big. You're no monster. You're no huge man. You're fucking Usopp. If I were in Usopp's situation, I wouldn't even be on the battlefield, bitch. Kasha and Kuma's jacket design is calling to Kuma wearing a target on his back when he was a slave. Oh, fuck. Oh my god! What the fuck? No. This cannot be. That's crazy. Rain Dragon, that wasn't just Zoro, that was also Usopp. And the reason I bring that up is because Usopp was also close with Nami. This is why I love Syrup Village, because Syrup Village was literally Usopp and Nami gaining this bond. Because it was Usopp trying to save his village without anyone, you know, knowing, right? And what's Nami doing in that moment? What is she trying to do? There's literally a scene in Syrup Village of Usopp saying, no, I will not let harm come to my village. I will not let anyone in my village be hurt. I will save my village even if I die, right? And Nami hears that. And she stops half-assing, like, her fights, so basically her, like, attacks. And she moves the fuck in. And she starts, like, properly swinging. Because, yeah, that's her exact same situation. And in the panels that you're talking about, both Zoro and Usopp are like, Luffy, let her go. Let her go, she's cooked anyway. Like, and then Luffy says, no, she's my navigator, I've decided that. And Luffy and Zoro and Usopp both look at Luffy, like, and then they both go, oh, fine. Like, I just think it's important to bring up that that wasn't just Zoro in that situation, that was also Usopp. Because Usopp did have that bond with Nami. That's why Nami and Usopp, no, that's why Zoro and Usopp were the ones captured by Nami, well, Arlong, and then basically threatened with, like, for Nami, because Nami had to throw Zoro in the jail cell and then she had to kill Usopp. Because those two are the two that she had this Syrup Village adventure with. And that's also why Sanji did so much in Arlong Park. Because he was new to the crew and we are seeing, holy fuck, he's throwing it down and he's just joined this crew. Like, we see how serious Sanji is. He knows how serious it is to be part of a crew. and to be in this crew. One of my favorite lines from Sanji and the Baratier is when Luffy gets stuck in the cement and then Sanji shatters the cement that I think Hachi is about to throw at him. And then Sanji says, oh boy, he says, oh god, I've truly picked a troublesome captain to follow. And Zoro says, yep. Zoro says, yep, you said that right. It's a really good line. Hang on. Where is that scene? I'm pretty sure I've got it saved. Oh, I've also got one of my other favorite scenes. I don't know why it says cool your head man. He didn't say that, but when they met again in Onigashima in Wano, and Zoro was fucking pissed because of the smile fruits, and Sanji is like, what the fuck? Why are you so angry? Calm down. Oh, I fucking love this page. Oh. Yeah, bitch. This was like the first instance of them really like scrapping. I love this page because like this makes it sound like Sanji, why are you being a dickhead? This is Sanji remembering the fight that he saw with Mihawk and Zoro, and he's bringing it back up because he's like, you. Remember how I talked about when Sanji treats Zoro the way Sanji treats Zeph? Think about the way Sanji talks to Zeph. Think about the way he just always like acts like a shithead to Zeph. But it's because he likes him and he respects him. That's exactly what's fucking happening here. Sanji respects Zoro a great deal. He really does. So, but because Sanji's a fucking loser idiot, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to talk to people, especially men. So instead of going, wow, are you okay after your Mihawk fight, Zoro? It's haha, your humiliating defeat, you're in a foul mood. And it's like, can you be normal? Sorry. I love him. He pisses me off. Because he does the same thing in Alabasta, where Crocodile and Luffy are left to fight and they're on the sand crab, and Zoro's like anxious. He's really anxious. And Sanji talks about like, oh, Zoro's anxious because he's a loser who lost to Mihawk, right? But that's basically Sanji saying he understands Zoro's anxiety because Zoro's the only one who faced a warlord. And now Luffy's facing a warlord, right? He's not fucking picking on Zoro and going, he's a fucking loser idiot. He's saying, Zoro's the only one who's faced a warlord. This is why he's this anxious. Because he knows the strength of a warlord. Mm-hmm. Applesauce is beautiful, thank you. That's exactly what I want. Yeah, no, they always take Sanji literally at his word, and I always go back to Zeph, and I say, just remember how Sanji treats Zeph, and then remember how Sanji talks to Zeph. He is pretty fucking rude to Zeph, but he respects Zeph like nothing else. Oh, this is a fucking incredible panel. The wings, they are starting. Look at them, holy fuck. Also, something that makes me giggle and kick my feet about Sanji standing in front of Zoro, because Zoro's totaled. Zoro, no, because there's also the, like, throughout Arlong Park as they're fighting, Sanji realizes Zoro is in pain, and Sanji goes, like, thinks, fuck, he's still, like, he's suffering still because of his fight with Mihawk. Like, he was keeping an eye on him, And I ask you, if he didn't care about him, would he do that? No. Of course he cares about him, and of course he respects him. He's just an idiot who doesn't know how to be normal. Especially with anybody, honestly. Here it is, I even have the panel. Oh, I thought I did. Where'd it go? There it is. But he thinks it again. He thinks it for the first time when he's... There it is, see? Oh my god! His asthma! No, sorry. Wheeze! Guys, he's had it all along! No way! Anyway, sorry. See, look! There he is observing him, and he thinks, uh-oh. Because he can see that he's fucked! He can see that he's totaled. Oh, I love them. I love the... Like, this was a shot... This is why if you don't pay attention to Sanji, you're gonna think he's an asshole. Because of course you're gonna think he's an asshole. You're not paying attention to him because you're only taking him by what he's saying. But if you don't take him on his actions, which is looking out for his crew and caring for people authentically, you're gonna fucking love him because that's what he's doing. He just talked shit to Zoro before this. He talked some crazy mad shit to Zoro before this about Mihawk's wounds. Why did he do that? Because for Sanji the character, he's picking on Zoro because he's zoomed in on Zoro because he wants to talk to him. For us, the audience, we are being reminded Sanji saw that fight and remembers it. And this is why. Because he's thinking about it when he's watching Zoro fight Hachi in Arlong Park. Because he knows that Zoro is still injured. So he's looking out for him. Ah, the fit's adorable. Thank you. Look, it's my hoodie. And when I stand up, it's like hee hee. Anyway. Yeah, it pisses me off. It pisses me off because it's like, when people hate Sanji, I always need to know their reasons. And if they understand Sanji and they still don't like him, that's totally valid. If they just give me like, I don't like him because he's mean or something, or I don't like him because he treats women like this, or he wants something from women, and it's like... When I say treats women like this, I mean people who think that like he wants something from women. Right? No, he fucking doesn't. Like, you can dislike Sanji, but you have to dislike him properly. I am a Hello Kitty girl. This is an hoodie, and I love it dearly. But it's too hot right now. Hang on, I'm worried about... Okay, we're safe. Sorry, I was worried about my girls popping out. Anyway. Yeah. That's something that really stood out to me in the Arlong Park fight. I was like, oh, Sanji's keeping tabs on him. That's nice. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Fuck, this is an awesome panel. Hooray! Oh my god, me for real! Hooray, Sanji! That is so cute. Man spread, nah. This is a pussy pop. There's a difference between man spreading and a pussy poppin'. This is a pussy poppin'. Over here, what have I done? I've entered the fray on behalf of that fool of a captain. You said it? Do you think Zoro tingled? Look, I'm just saying! If I were Zoro and I respected strength a whole fucking lot, because he does, and I never saw this fucking guy fight, right? I never saw him fight. I only knew him as the chef from the baratier, and then he enters the battle and shatters a block of cement with his foot in a standing split, I might get a boner. I'm just saying, that might make me hard. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. I don't think that's a controversial thing to think or say, okay? Can you imagine? And then he watches Sanji fight that one fella in the water. And he jumps out and survives. And then he beats his fucking head in and wins a fight against a fishman. I'm rock hard. Like, that's insane. If I was Zoro, I'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? I'd be questioning who the fuck this guy is. Where did Luffy find this fucking guy? Like, I'd be shocked. I'd be shaking. You know? I'd be shaking. Man. I tried number 1 on the shit list. Anyway, I don't think that's controversial to say. That Sanji fighting in Arlong Park may or may not have turned Zoro on. Gay or not, Zoro is, I think, attracted to strength. Okay? At least I think Zoro's attractions are strength and swords. I believe those are his two loves, right? And booze. I forgot about booze. Those are his 3 loves. Sword, strength, and booze. I also always think about, because, you know, Zoro and Sanji are supposed to be opposites and they're meant to piss each other off, that Zoro's favorite food is plain white rice, also technically sashimi, but plain white rice and anything that goes well with sake. And that cracks me the fuck up, because as a chef, that would piss me off. Just anything that goes well with a drink. Like, he's not savoring the food, he's just having a drink. And I feel like that's another comparison to make, where it's like, that would piss Sanji the fuck off. What do you want to eat, Zoro? I don't know, whatever I can drink with. Ooh, that would piss me off as a chef. What's your favorite food? I guess plain white rice. If I was Sanji, I'd be hitting the, you know what I mean? Trying to calm down. Like, you don't want anything special to eat. I don't know, sashimi? You just cut? Did I tell you guys? I told you this. I'm visiting my parents next Sunday, I think. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. And I'm not staying the night, but because they live a state over, and I'm not staying the night, but my mum really wanted me to, but she tried to make me stay the night by saying, I'll cook crawfish for you. She tried to food motivate me. And you know what? It nearly worked. I thought about it. It's not my favorite, but we went to a restaurant and I wanted to get lobster. But it was so expensive and I said, no, I can't get that. And then my mom said, listen, next time you visit, I'll just make you some crawfish. Because it's cheap and I know how to do it. And I was like, okay, thank you, Mom. So she remembered. She remembered. That's so sweet. My favorite is saltimbocca. My mum makes it as, and I learned how to make it from her because it's my favorite meal ever. It is pussy poppin'. How do I think Zoro feels about Perona as a friend? I feel like he sees Perona as an acquaintance. You know what I mean? I feel like he sees Perona as, that was sure a weird experience. Like roommates, you know what I mean? Like he had to be roommates with her for a time and then they went their separate ways. And he's like, what a weird time in my life that was. I think he might not think about her much, honestly. I think he just kind of was like, I guess she's around. It just sounds like something he'd do. They spent 2 years together, and there are many people in this world that have spent 2 years with a roommate that they don't really talk too much anymore and go, that was odd. That was strange. I don't know, he doesn't really talk about her, does he? Or really mention her at all. Honestly, I think if he saw her again, he'd go, oh god, it's her! Run! Run! I don't know, I didn't get much of a sense that Zoro really saw Perona as like a friend. I think he saw her more as, she sure is in this mansion with me. But also, I think Perona reminds her of some of the worst points of his life, as in Kuma and Thriller Bark. And that was sure fucking traumatic for him. Because I remember thinking, why in the world has Perona been sent to where Zoro is as well? Like, why is Perona part of this at all? And then it's because, oh, she's connected to Thriller Bark. And Zoro is literally being reminded of a weakness that he has regarding what happened in Thriller Bark. He did help, she did help Zoro get back to Subodhi. But he didn't thank her for that! He never seems to fucking thank anybody. He also didn't say goodbye to her. I don't know, Again, I think they helped each other, but their relationship didn't seem very close to me. It's the same with Perona and Mihawk. I think Perona and Mihawk were quite sweet, but I think at most I'd probably call them acquaintances. And the reason I would is because once Perona found out Maria was alive, she left. She just up and left. I wouldn't really say that they're that close. I was gonna say, Zoro was really focused on training for the 2 years he was with Mihawk. So, I really don't know how much time he really spent talking to Perona. I can't feel it would be much. Nami light. I mean, I would also argue no, only because Nami is a lot more special to Zoro, because Nami is his crewmate, right? I really just think he didn't think about Perona much, personally. He just doesn't strike me as someone who really cared. Like, remember, I love Zoro, he's kind of an asshole. And I say that with the utmost love. He's kind of a dickhead sometimes. It's like thinking, like, it's like how he cared about Hiyori in the sense that he wasn't gonna let anything bad happen to her. But he didn't really think much about her, did he? This is not a good panel to use. If anything, I think Perona's a little bit like Hiyori. Minus the liking him part. I don't think Perona likes Zoro. I know some people think she did, but I don't know, I personally don't see it. I'll never forget that King Froggy, and the reason I'll never forget that is because even that made even the dude bros go, Zoro, what? Because Hiyori is fucking beautiful. She's literally blushing, going, oh, Zoro, I bathed you, and then he goes, Sanji. Even the dude bros were like, bro. They were like, Zoro, what? Why are you not talking to this beautiful woman that has just lent you her services? And you're instead focusing on Sanji. I mean, Zoro and Kiku's the same. I don't think he thinks about Kiku. I'll be honest, I really don't know where the Zoro-Kiku ship has come from. Because I thought he was kind of rude to her. He called her big, and she went, what the fuck? I guess the most that happened was he saw her arm when it got cut off. Right, he respects samurai. Because Kiku was a samurai, it wasn't just that. Because he felt the same way with Kinemon, right? He respected Kinemon as a samurai too. I don't know, I honestly didn't see much between Zoro and Kiku. I didn't understand where that ship came from. I agree, Victor. If Zoro met Perona again, it'd be like, oh, Ghost Girl, you're around? I really don't think he really thought about Perona much. Forget about wanting Zoro with a woman. What about Zoro showing interest in a woman? I think that's what they're desperate for. And he had a beautiful, 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 beautiful woman wanting to help him and blushing and being flustered around him, which was Hiyori. And not even that got him going. In fact, he was fucking rude to her. He was so rude to her. I'll never forget when Zoro told Hiyori, by the way, your brother's alive. And Hiyori went, yippee, yippee, yippee. And then Zoro was thinking, can she shut the fuck up? Like, he was thinking, can she shut the fuck up? I'm trying to sleep. And I was like, what is your fucking problem? Why are you such a dickhead? Oh, he cracks me up. He just cracks me up. Where is that panel? Oh, Hiyori's so beautiful. Zoro, you're gay as fuck. Gay as hell! She's so beautiful. Look, I even have the panel. Like, what? Can you at least say thank you or acknowledge her in some way? You gay bitch. Anyway, oh, I love Hiyori. Fuck, I love Hiyori. I really like her. God, I wonder what it was like when those chapters first came out with Zoro with Hiyori in that, like, house. And I wonder what people were expecting. Because I bet some people were expecting, like, all love interest, and then Zoro just didn't really like her. This is the first time Zoro canonically, like, has a woman interested in him, by the way. And I find it funny that the only time he has a woman interested in him is because they're in a land of strength. That finds strength attractive. Here it is, I found it! This pedal! Because I remember reading this and thinking, why are you such an asshole? So he's saying, you know, your brother's alive. And she's going, yay, my brother is alive. I know. And then he's saying, how am I supposed to sleep with you yapping over there? She's just found out her brother is alive after 20 years. And he's going, can she shut the fuck up? Like, why is he such a dickhead? Oh. He can't help being this way, I suppose. He's so funny. God. I wasn't caught up to One Piece at the time, so I wasn't reading the chapters as they were coming out at this point. But I really have to wonder what the air was like in this moment. Only because, I can only imagine people thinking, oh, Zoro's with woman? Zoro with woman? Woman attracted to Zoro, they're in a house together? You know? I felt like the discussions around that time would have been insane. And then it just ended with, oh, never mind. Never mind. He wasn't interested at all. Oda fumbled their relationship. No, bitch! Sorry, just wasn't interested. That's so bizarre, Dragon. That's incredibly bizarre. And then it ended with Zoro waking up and thinking of Sanji. I'm sorry! I'm sorry, it writes itself. Brooke walks in on them and Zoro goes, no! Brooke, I swear I don't like women! Brooke, come back, I don't like women! Yeah, he cared so little that he ignored her and paid attention to Sanji. Oh god, I can't. But of course, I just said it. The reason Hiyori likes Zoro is because he was strong. And it was very specific that in the land of Wano, strength was seen as attractive. That's one of the reasons Kaido is even in Wano, because Kaido is the same. He sees strength as attractive as well. And Zoro fought off that one fellow. It was Killer, wasn't it? Zoro fought off Killer. Hiyori saw it and Hiyori went, what a strong samurai, or Ronin, whatever he was. It had nothing to do with Zoro. It's just because he was a strong man. He was a strong swordsman. Which is why it cracks me up. The one place Zoro actually has a woman liking him is when it's strength-based. And we see that in Wano strength is such a big thing because Oden was the same. Oden was the strongest samurai in Wano and panties were dropping. Yeah, lock up your wives, lock up your daughters. Oden is out! And now Yamato's doing the same thing. Now Yamato's getting a harem because he's so strong. Oh, that's my man. That's my man. Now women see Yamato and go, what a big strong man. I know that's right. Yeah, he didn't steal any women. He was just that much of a panty dropper. A pussy destroyer that they were swarming to him.
Howdy do, boys!
Oden went to Brussels as a little kid. No fucking way! So did Hank Hill. This is not a joke. Hank Hill went to Brussels when he was young. He didn't like it, but his dad made him. Never seen Hank Hill and Oden in the same room. Yeah, Cotton, his dad made him. Hank Hill might be more powerful than Kaido. I love Hank Hill. Is that a hear me out? Is Hank Hill a hear me out? Hank Hill barges into Onigashima. I sell propane and propane accessories! And I'm gonna whoop your ass! I could never be his number one. His loves of his life are propane, his wife, his car, and his son. And maybe his mower as well. I'm going to whoop your ass. I'll kick your ass. Actually, that's what he says. I'll kick your ass. Son after car. There's literally a joke in the new King of the Hill. It's good, by the way. Where Bobby was like, you don't understand. Like, the things my dad loves the most are me, my mum, and propane. And on a bad week, propane would rank above me. No, he said on some weeks propane ranked above me. I love King of the Hill, God. Oh, and Ladybird! How could I forget? That's not... He sees Kaido taking out the town, Ebisu town, whatever it was called, and says that's not the clean burning fuel of propane. That's not the clean burning fire of propane. We have to take him out. What the hell? I missed a whole sentence. Did I just not record it? Oh, thank God I did record it. Wow, I'm stupid. That scared me. Oh my God. Scared me. No, I can record it now, but I don't want to. I was just listening to it and I was like, these two audio tracks do not link. Classic Luffy and Hank Hill lines. I'm gonna kick your ass. Wait, real. Remember when Big Mom beat up a queer child? Don't say that about Sanji! Goodness me! I remember it. I don't have to know, you know? He's a queer man. Yeah. God, I was looking at Ivankov, like, why does Ivankov, like, look so, like, defined? It's because Ivankov has, like, really nice eyebrows, and Oda doesn't tend to give his characters thick eyebrows. So I was like, what? Why does he look so oh, it's the eyebrows. Mama, you have kids, you cannot say that! Mama Mad Dog, what if you ever have to go to court? You be careful. Those poor straight children in your house, Mama Mad Dog. My Twitch history. No, Mama, your Twitch history is not your last line of defense. Your Twitch history can be used against you. You foolish person. You foolish, foolish person. Eh. Oh, sorry, things were happening. Okay, sorry. Oh my god, okay, good. Sorry, things were happening over here. Hababa. Michael! My thoughts on William Afton? I think he's one of the greatest video game villains ever. Do I think the franchise he's from is a masterpiece? No. Do I think his design and conception with like Springtrap is really fucking good? Yeah. I think he's got a fantastic story, a fantastic villain design, and is fucking scary. But the franchise he is from is not a masterpiece. But he is a masterpiece as a created villain. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's an icon. Because Springtrap is incredible. Like, the design for Springtrap is really good. A decaying corpse inside of an old rickety animatronic fucking rocks. I haven't seen X-Men. Fun fact, I haven't seen any X-Men films. I know I was shaking my head, but I found out they made Iceman not gay in the X-Men films, and that has hurt me. It hurt me and hurt my soul. Because I know Ice Guy is gay. I don't even know his name, I just know he's gay. And you know why I know this? Because I was looking up X-Men stuff. Because of, Marvel Rivals. And I found this guy. And I was reading up about him, the Ice Guy. And then it said... gay... like, it was like suffering with his, like, homosexualityness. And I was like... what? I was like, what? What did I just read? But, apparently, even in the comics back in the day, there were, like, talks of him being gay. And I know this is a thing, because Family Guy had a fucking skit about it. Had a skit about Ice Guy or Iceman or something. Being gay. That's how I know that these conversations were happening way before he was ever openly queer in the comics. Because Family Guy made a fucking skit about it.
Meg, what happened? Fat ass and his drunk friends left me at the roller rink. You know, this wouldn't have happened if I had my own car.
Meg, people have always found ways to get around without a car. Look at Iceman.
Honey, where'd you go when you went out last night?
Just over to Tom's house. Played some poker, had some brewskis, you know.
Really? Then would you mind explaining that?
At least they know how to touch a man. Oh, walk away.
Even fucking Family Guy made a gay joke about Iceman. And I know this was back in the early 2000s because it's 4:3 aspect ratio. So there must have been some coding there. There had to have been some crazy coding there for Family Guy to pick that up and make a joke about it. Fuck Dragon's back. Hi, Dragon. Hi. Nice bookmarks. I mean, you could see them before. A lot of these bookmarks are recipes. Like, one of them is chicken Alfredo bake. And the other one is shakshuka recipe, which is an African dish that I was trying. And that I did eat and was yummy. And the other one was broccoli pasta. So there you go. Anyway, so it is my belief, even though I haven't read the comics, that there must have been some queer coding for Iceman even before he was openly queer in the comics, because if Family Guy picked it up and made a joke about it, then it must have existed. And I think that's flawless logic on my half, on my behalf. He wasn't outwardly stated to be gay until 2015, and he appeared up until 2014 in the movies. Bro, Family Guy predicted it. Bro, what the hell? That means Family Guy guessed it. I knew that would happen, but I tried it anyway. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna... Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think boredom's really good to have in your life. Boredom makes you want to do things. I get bored and I say, I gotta do something. If we didn't get bored, we wouldn't want to do anything all the time. I'm so bored. I wanna read Yaoi, you know? It's good for you. Glitter, glitter, glitter. Glitter, 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 glitter. Dragon, get out of my chat! Hi, Zim. Dragon, go do something! Nando demo. Oh, Orb. Fuck, Orb was good. None, Oberu. Oh, okay. Sorry. That was so stupid. That was stupid. I scared myself. Am I a fucking field mouse? I'm sorry. I just dropped my phone and scared myself. Yeah. The dragon did that. He willed it. I'm sorry, Wilbot. I don't know why that happened. I'll give that back to you. I appreciate it, though. Scammed! I'm giving it back! There you go, you got it back. My favorite yaoi? One Piece. My favorite yaoi? That's a good question. I honestly don't read it as much as you would think. I have to say Ennead right now. It's a South Korean BL. And it's really good. It's like Game of Thrones levels of story. But I'm thinking Japanese yaoi instead of South Korean yaoi. It's like a classic, and it's yaoi like history. But I love Sekai Ichi Hatsukoi, or World's Greatest First Love. It's not all good, okay? It has problematic tendencies. But I just fucking love the main character. I really love him. Because the whole thing is when he was a teen, he was so in love, and he was so, and then he grows up and he's 26 years old. Oh my god, me by the way. And he's become a jaded adult. And he's like, I don't believe in love anymore. Fuck this shit. But the guy that fell for him back in high school, he meets him again and ends up being his boss. And he thought he didn't like him. Like, he thought his boss didn't like him and like cheated on him back in the day, and he didn't. But his boss is like, I still like you. Do you like me? And he went, fuck no. It's a really good, it's good. I fuck with it. I really like it. It's good fun. It makes my heart flutter. Again, there's still problematic tendencies, okay? It's quite dated. So you'll read it. You will read it. And you're gonna be like, oh, that's a bit... There's problems, okay? There's still problems. But it's still good. It still makes me go kya, you know? It came out, I think, in 2006, maybe just after that. It's quite old. I'm talking about the manga, by the way, not the anime. It's like Yaoi history. Oh! Wait, no, there's one about a guy and a mermaid. And that shit made me cry. There's also Classmates, Dokyosei, that was good as well. Fuck, what was the one of the Lull in the Sea? Is that what it was called? It was an anime. No, it wasn't that one. It's got a gorgeous animation style. It's called This Boy Called a Merman. The animation style is so interesting. I'm not going to show it on the screen because some people don't like Yaoi. But there's two of them. I think they've adapted it twice. I think they made a TV short and then they made an anime. But I think I like the TV short a lot better because the animation style is just gorgeous. Or just, it's like different. But I really liked it. The other one I'm talking about is Ennead, and I struggle to really... It's spelled E-N-N-E-A-D. I struggle to like recommend that because there's a lot of really traumatizing scenes in it. Not traumatizing to be fetishy, but traumatizing as in... It's like berserk kind of traumatizing. E-N-N-E-A-D. Like, it's really good, but it's heavy. It's quite heavy. I have had my breath taken away a few times reading it because I wasn't expecting it. I really wasn't expecting it. But I think it really, the themes it covers, I think it does it really well. Mm-hmm. Also, I've seen Given. I liked it. It was alright, but I preferred the side couple to the main couple. That tends to happen with me a lot with BLs. I tend to prefer the side couple, which is why when I get into a BL and I like the main couple, I'm like, ooh, this is good. But I really actually don't read that much yaoi. Like, I'm trying to think about ones that I... Hi, Dragon. I'm trying to think about ones that I have read that I really liked. But I struggle. Because I'll be honest, guys, when I read yaoi, it's kind of my slop genre. Pick character with the specific traits of what I want. And if I find it, I read it, and it's about 6 chapters, and I go, yep. And that's my slop, you know? And then I don't remember it. I look for my Sanji type yaoi characters, and I take it and I leave. And it's not because it reminds me of Sanji, it's because I like the character type that is Sanji. I always have. Oh, I have to finish reading Sekaiichi Hatsukoi. Oh! Oh! Actually, I'm gonna keep that tab up so I remember. Sorry, I just got the reel again of Breath of the Wild Link jumping and Wind Waker Link going. No one understands. Sorry, I'm looking for something. Zim, go to my Instagram and go to my story. Forgive me, I was looking for something. Emotional damage. Yep, that's exactly it. Dungeons and Dragons, I've never played it, but I respect it. That's fucking noise. I want a bagel. Actually, I have shit to ask. I have shit to ask. I need to know. Does anyone know of and remember this game? Anybody? This is what it looks like in game. Yes? fucking fever dream. Oh my god. I am old because let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened. I was on Instagram scrolling. I got an ad. The ad was for fucking Zumbinis as an app. And I was like, it's like a core memory just suddenly exploded and blinded me. And I was like, what? Zumbinis? Oh, wait, you can't see that. I don't know if you can see them. My Zumbinis. You fucking know I downloaded it and started playing it. You know I did. Because, what the fuck? Zumbinis? What? And I'm gagged because, like, look. I'm gagged because who is still in charge? Who has this IP and who is paying for ads of the Zumbinis app? Because it worked. I downloaded it. Like, I'm gagged. I saw the ad for the app and I went, holy fuck. I played this when I was a wee bab and I forgot. I was like reuniting with an old friend. But back in the day, it was a lot better than I remember. But it's still good. I was literally scrolling through Instagram at 3 a.m. Zumbinis. What? Baffled, befuddled, and a little bit scared at how Instagram found this information out about me. I downloaded it and I played it until 4 a.m. on my phone. Because I was like, what the hell? Zumbinis is crazy. I don't remember that until now, you know? Baby game. Yeah. Anyway, I just needed to know that everyone else remembered Zumbinis. I got ratatouille. Play it on stream? Guys, there's not much behind a Zumbinis game. Like, there's really not. It's baby game. Point and click baby game. Do you ever stream Zumbinis? When the fuck did he do that? Have I not added One Piece to my favorites? Yes, I have. It's my only favorite on the Viz app. I just got an ad that said, or a pop-up that said, never miss a chapter, add One Piece to your favorites. And I was like, I swear this is the only thing I favorited on this app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I don't want to go to space. The answer is Earth. What the fuck does Jupiter have on it? Gas? What does Mars have? Rock? Why would I want to go any other planet? What the fuck am I gonna do there? You know? I quite like the Earth. I know, controversial. All I know is there's an Instagram account that thirst traps the planets in the solar system. And it's like, Earth, you're about to be hit by a meteor. And Earth goes, no, what do I do? And then Jupiter says, no, you're not. And then it goes, if the world were ending, I want to be next to you. And then it's like, Jupiter stops majority of asteroids from hitting Earth. And then people in the comments go, why is this making me attracted to Jupiter? There you go, I gave you the rundown. Imagine being attracted to Zeus though. He was a fucking scumbag. Not even Hera liked Zeus. She was married to him. Yuck! Zim, no. Zim, you don't understand. Zim, it was not like that. You might need to brush up on your history, Zim. I wouldn't call it scoring so much as... let's say tricking. Let's say that to be Twitch friendly. I respect the hustle, like your hustle though, not Zeus's. If anyone was scoring left and right, it was mythological Loki. Mythological Loki's game was so crazy that he seduced a horse. And he did it a little too well. So good for him. Oh. If the world were ending, I'd wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through. Hi, Subaki. I think most mythologies have mpreg, to be honest. I don't know if ancient Egyptian mythology has mpreg, but it sure has something. And I'm like, I was gonna tell the story, and then I was like, never mind, I don't think I will. I will tell that story. Actually, you know what? It's not so bad. The gods Horus and Set were fighting. And they were trying to, like, shame one another or something. This is like a really quick rundown. So Horus came in his salad. And Set ate the salad and Horus said, look, he's got my seed in him. And Set went, what? Like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, Twitch is gonna ban me. He was trying to, like, humiliate him, and he was trying to... I think what he was trying to do was, try and make it look like he fucked Set. So he made him eat he had him eat salad that he horsted on. That he mighty rod on. And it worked. And Set was so embarrassed he like ran off in shame or some shit. I don't remember the rest of it, but it was funny. Mythology's awesome, because it's so unserious. I wanted to know if the salad tasted good. Can you imagine Set? What dressing did you put on this? No! That's all. That is horrible. Oh no. I'd be embarrassed too. Holy shit. That's so horrible. Also, they said the must-have ice cream flavor. Not Horus flavor. My must-have ice cream flavor is salted caramel or hazelnut. Or Baskin Robinson's cotton candy flavor is fucking awesome. We have fun here. We're talking about mythology, guys. This is historical, you know? Moonbeam ice cream. This could show up in One Piece. I'm saying my theory of what's his name, Noros Judo, the fella, the elder that can turn into a horse. My theory of that elder impregnating Loki is possible. Okay? It's still possible. That was a theory. Yeah, that's my theory. I want context for why. Because Loki in mythology got impregnated by a horse. That's why. Also, to my knowledge, willingly? Which, good for him, I guess. No, Raph, here's the theory. Loki has a special bounty, correct? Well, think about why. Yeah, that'll do. I mean, I thought it was because he had to, like, seduce the horse for some reason. But he did too good of a job. I thought that's what it was. Apple, you sent me something and deleted it. I saw that. I saw that. Free 8-legged horse. Dragon, am I east? He keeps looking at me. Ben & Jerry's also has an ice cream. It's like 4 caramel flavor or something. It's like crunchy caramel or something. Fuck, it's so good. But I talked about this last time. And I can't talk about it because then I want to get it. But I know it's going to make me feel sick because I can't control myself. It's literally just salted caramel. It's Ben & Jerry's salted caramel ice cream and it's so good! It's so good. It's got like a crunch in it. But I can't get it because I eat too much too fast, and then I go, oh, my tummy. And I go, why has this happened to me? Because I'm eating fucking ice cream too quickly. Fucking hate mint ice cream. Get out of my chat. Leave. Leave! I nearly caved, actually. I really like crumbly salted caramel. It's like a salted caramel fudge, but it's super dry and crumbly. I love it. And they're selling it in on an Australian online sweet store. And I nearly caved and got it. But it was like $15, bitch! There's no way I can justify that. Monkey D. Dragon is number one because I like Monkey D. Dragon. That's why he's number one. But it is also because Dragon keeps donating to the cause, to the cause. He's back again. He heard us talking about him. Don't make me pull up my favorite power scaling meme ever. Don't make me do it. I'll do it. This is still the best one. It's still the best one that's ever come out of a agenda piece. Just the way they spend. I love it as well because they picked such a cute Sanji. Like, what panel is this Sanji from? Wait, I think I know. I think it's when he's off to get Zoro. They were really graceful with Sanji, you know? Like, very, very giving. They gave him a very cute, very, very, very cute face. He's so cute! And in the knee-high boots, okay, slay. Okay, mama, serve. The new MelonTeee tattoo. Cheerleader Sanji. I don't listen to Nirvana. Ugh. I actually don't know any of their songs. I probably do, I just don't actually know. I'm sorry, guys. I know that's like sacred to a lot of people. Like, I don't have an opinion. Yeah, I know I've heard their songs, I just don't know, like, what they are. They did make Smells Like Teen Spirit. Yeah, I've heard that one. Kurt D. Cobain. Is that his actual name? No, that's the image of Kurt D. Cobain. It was like a Twitter thing. That was like... My dad put an image of Kurt Cobain on our wall. And when I was little, I thought he was like a family member. But the poster said Kurt D. Cobain. I found it. Is this his fucking name? And of course this tweet went crazy because everyone in the QRTs was like, he's a D? Every fucking One Piece fan on earth QRT'd it and said D Cobain. He had conquerors. I was gonna say, King, that's only a hot take if you're a Taylor Swift fan, I think. Well, maybe you should stop arguing with them. Because they're never going to agree with you. Which character would I want to voice? Karu. I think I'd be really good at Karu. I I'd be a really good Karu. That shocks. Sanji's voice actor was Karu. And it cracks me up because Karu... Nami's voice actor also voice acted an animal. I forget what? It might have been the Kung Fu Dugongs or something. But the voice actors for Karu and another animal were not listed in the credits. So someone asked Oda, who the fuck voices Karu and this other animal? Why aren't they listed? And Oda was like, oh, that's Sanji's voice actor and Nami's voice actor, but they didn't want it listed in the credits because they were embarrassed. And he just fucking told everyone. Like, you fucking bastard. I remember that very well. Oh, maybe it was the Fox and Skypiea. I think it was the Fox and Skypiea. He was like, Sanji and Nami's voice actors were, embarrassed about voicing those animals, so they didn't want their names listed. And then he just tells everyone anyway. He must have thought that was really funny. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Applesauce, is this the end result? Sorry, I'll just type it. Okay, sorry. Alright, I'm taking it. And Applesauce, you need to give me like your Twitter or whatever, like whatever you want me to link in my description when I credit artists, you gotta give me that. Whether that be Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever you want it to be. Oh, and your name of that you want to go by, of course. I assume it's Applesauce, but I have to ask anyway. Oh yeah, you can see I was just about to put it in the video. Everyone say please, everyone please say thank you, Applesauce. You asked for no pickles! Thank you very much. Oops, wait. Fucked it up. Thank you very much. No, I don't have to worry about that. So I'm not happy about where this is placed. Oh! My camera! Why did it freeze? Hang on. I think she's trying to fix herself. Alright, we're back. Sorry for that, gang. Hang on, you can't see what I'm doing yet. Edit 2. Hmm. You know what I've realized? He kind of looks like Bobby Hill, is what I've realized. Okay, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. Your mother's dead, son. Okay, Dad. But she's better off that way. Okay, Dad. What? King of the Hill in the brain. But Dad. Hank would unfortunately be a Marine. Unfortunately, he loves rules and authority. But he learns. Whoa. I'm sorry, Dad. That shakes in Goku's hand and say his handshake is limp. I don't know you. Wait, you think he'd ask Ace, do you run on propane? What? Son, I'm asking. Are your flames propane? Clean burning fuel? I don't know. Ice would prefer coal over propane. Ah! I mean, look, just because Ace can eat coal doesn't mean he'd enjoy it, you know what I mean? I don't think it would taste good to him. I just love where Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's eating habits have all come from. I love where they've all come from. Because they had to scavenge and fight for their food. So now they just all... It's beautiful. Ah! Sorry. No, Ace... Hank... How did I fuck up twice that? I tried to say Hank. But I said Ace. And then I tried to say Hank again. And I said Hank. What I tried to say was Hank would not be like Caesar's fruit because Caesar is gas. Propane is not a gas, it's a liquid that becomes a gas. You know that if you listen to Hank. Hank. Good morning, Lil Luffy. Happy Australian time. This fucking guy. Am I attracted to older women like Mrs. Hill? Peggy Hill? Fuck, she's my favorite character. Fuck yeah, I am! I was actually thinking, because I remember I made that tweet about like, I don't want Nami to get pregnant and have babies by the end of One Piece. And there were so many people saying, oh, boo-boo, you don't like mothers, you don't like mother characters. And then I was watching King of the Hill and I was like, Peggy Hill is my favorite character in King of the Hill. And her whole thing is, she's the best mother in Texas. Like, just waffling on about me. Nonsense. Talking nonsense about me. I love mother characters. I just don't want Nami to be one of them. I think this, well, not mother, but I'm happy for Nami to be a mother, but I agree, adopting makes the most sense for her. If she were to be a mother, I would prefer that she adopt. Because that's what Bellamere did for her and it meant a lot for her. Same with Sanji. I'm exactly the same with Sanji. I don't want Sanji to have kids biologically. At all. I don't even think he wants that, you know? I'd much prefer what happened with Zeph and Tim happen with Sanji, and to get a little protege like that. Also, just because someone is great with kids doesn't mean they want kids, by the way. Nami has never expressed that she wants children. Someone can be great with kids and not want kids. I don't know why this is something that people say, you know? Hang on a minute. Sorry, I got a message. On twitter.com. And I'm not opening it. I'm not fucking opening it. And it's saying, hey, I reached out because I got scammed here on Twitter by someone who looks very similar to your profile, blah, blah, blah. But it was Percy. Do you guys know Percival? They're the one that made my Sanji body pillow. I know them IRL, and I catch up with them on the reg. And they're not awake right now, because I can see them in my Discord. And I'm messaging them saying, girl, your ghost is messaging me. I'm not opening that shit. No sir, not me. But see, that's why I gasped, because that's how Percy got scammed and got their account Percy's main account got hacked. And they're very distraught about it, but they can't get it back. But that's how they got hacked, because they got a message from someone saying, oh, I got a message from you that that was similar to yours, that your account got scammed. I didn't open it. I didn't know what it all said, but I bet there was a link in there, or I bet something in there was going to get me, which is why I gasped. I was gagged because I was like, I talked to her. I talked to them in real life. I know this bitch, and they're not awake right now. Nice try, scam bots. Sorry, I was gagged. I was gagged. Anyway, what I was saying was, just because a character is good with kids doesn't mean they want to be a mum. Or they should be a mum. There are plenty of characters that can be good with kids. Doesn't mean they should be a parent, like, or they want to be a parent. Nami has never expressed ever wanting, like, biological children, or she doesn't even like men. Even Oda has said Nami, like, is only nice to women and children. She doesn't like men. So it's like, when it comes to Nami, she's never expressed that she ever wants to even be with a man and get pregnant. And it would make a lot more sense for her to adopt. It would just make so much more sense for her to adopt. Because Bellarmine did that for her, and that meant a lot for her. The reason it makes the most sense for Sanji to adopt is because he hates his genes. He hates his blood. He hates the Vinsmoke-ness that is inside him. He hates it. And I look at Sanji and I'm like, why would this guy fucking ever want to have biological kids? If I am so Like, I am sure he'd never want to have blood children. Because why would he? This is like a curse to him. It's a curse to him. His own blood is a fucking curse to him. And I can't see him ever wanting biological children. And I think it'd be so much more meaningful and so much sweeter if Nami and Sanji did exactly what their own parents did for them and adopted children that had no one and nothing. Sanji had no one and had a dream, and Zeph shared that dream with him, and Zeph took him in and adopted him. Nami was a literal infant child that doesn't even remember her biological parents, and Bellemere saw that this child had no one to raise her and help her and took her in and became her mother. I think it would mean so much more to these characters if they adopted in the same way that their parents adopted them. I just think it means a lot. Which is why it's like, I'm not against Nami being a mother. I just would prefer if she did something that was more meaningful to her and her character, which is adopt children or, you know, help orphan children. I think that means more, in my opinion. But anyway, TLDR, no, I don't hate mother characters. I literally fucking love Peggy Hill. I adore Peggy Hill. She's insane and I love her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Doo-doo. Rain Dragon, that's what happened on Twitter. That's literally what happened. I was like, why the fuck are people getting so angry at me for saying I don't want Nami to get pregnant? I was like, why the fuck are they getting so angry at me about it? And then I realized, oh, they're shippers. They're Luffy-Nami shippers that want Luffy and Nami to have babies. And I was like, oh, okay, that's why they're getting so mad. It's a ship thing. And then I went, well, whatever floats your boat. But you know, the funniest thing is I can see Robin wanting to have children of her own. When I say of her own, I mean wanting to have biological children. I can see that for Robin because of her story and her past and O'Hara. But at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean that that has to happen because O'Hara's will can be passed on through education and through history and teaching. So not even Robin necessarily needs to have blood children for any kind of importance to her person and people, I suppose. But you know, well, we were. I agree. I just think Robin would be happy teaching. I totally agree. But yeah, I don't know. Look, in a story like One Piece where a huge point of the story is blood is not everything. What's the most important is the dreams we share and the connections we have. You do not need to be related to someone to have a connection this powerful. Not only that, sometimes being related to someone is a curse and will mean nothing in the long run, you know? Like, with a story like that, why is it ridiculous for me to say I don't want Nami pregnant. Like, why is that ridiculous for me to say that? This is literally a story about how important connection is beyond blood. Family does not just mean blood, and a lot of times family isn't blood. I actually, when I was explaining why, I had someone in the comments in my replies say, "Don't try and explain around this with logic," and I was like, but it's true. Then I was explaining why I think it would be more meaningful for Nami to adopt than to have blood children. Someone was like, "Don't try and explain yourself around this with logic," and I was like, but it makes sense. Okay, whatever. I will say, by the way, I got some incredibly misogynistic and sexist comments on that. That's why I did not care for any of those comments. Because, a lot of them, were just basically pretending that like, how do I explain? It was quite clear that a lot of those comments and a lot of those men in those comments and those QRTs were just, they can't imagine a woman's end goal being anything more than having babies, right? Like, they think, well, that's the ultimate goal for a woman. Like, it's very clear that was their opinion on it, and that's why they were attacking me for it. And it's like, I just saw so much of that shit, and I was like, okay, they're just a bunch of sexists. Or they did something that I thought was just malicious. It was, some of them do this a lot, incredibly malicious. Which is, they were straw-manning feminism to make me sound like I hated women. And the straw man argument was, well, it's a woman's choice, isn't it? Like, if it's Nami's choice, and it's like, first of all, Nami's not a real character. This is a man writing Nami. It would actually be a man's choice. Second of all, so it's a woman's choice if she wants kids or not, until a woman says she'd prefer if a character she liked didn't have kids, and suddenly you have to remind me it's a choice. You know what I mean? Because if I said, oh, wow, I can't wait for Nami to get pregnant, they would not be saying these same things, would they? They're pretending that they're upset about the fact that I'm not giving Nami, not a real character, not a real person, a choice. But if it were the other way around, and I said, wow, I can't wait for Nami to get pregnant, they wouldn't give a fuck. They wouldn't say anything about this so-called choice, would they? So it's like, just incredibly malicious behavior in my opinion. And it's like, nice try, I'm not an idiot. And you're not gonna turn that shit on me. I know what you're doing. Anyway, Peggy Hill is my favorite character in King of the Hill. Because she's insane. And I love her. I just recently watched the episode where she fell out of a plane. And it's iconic.
Howdy do, boys.
She survived. Linda as well. I love Linda. Linda and Peggy's characters are literally, they love being a mum. they wanted nothing more in the world than to be a mum. But the reason they're good is because obviously being a mum is not the only thing they are. And it makes sense for them to want to be a mum because we even saw in their past they expressed wanting to be a mother. It's just about consistency. Like if there's a character who is a woman and they are expressing how they want to be a mother of a biological child, I'm not gonna fucking clutch my pearls at that. Am I? Like Ripley. Bitch, I love Ripley. She had a whole baby. I'm gonna see what to do with this. Hero Academia doesn't have the worst fandom, it's just cringe. They say Hero Academia has the worst fandom because there's a lot of yaoi teens in there, and by that I mean baby's first yaoi, which is just a lot of teenagers who got into this shonen and realized they liked yaoi through it. And they say it's the worst fandom because blah blah blah, and it's like, it's literally just teenagers whose first anime is shonen. Or first anime in general is Hero Academia, and a lot of them just liked shipping and shipping culture. And it's like, I do not think that to be the worst fandom. I just think it's a lot of people that are uncomfortable with shipping culture, so they call it the worst. And it's like, honestly, I'd rather cringe shipping culture. I'm biased, obviously, but I'd rather cringe shipping culture than shonen bros who make misogynistic jokes and sexual assault jokes and racist jokes. But hey, maybe that's just me. You know? Maybe I'm just different. Maybe. This is how I know that a lot of these shonen bros, especially a lot of the men, live under a rock and they never go outside their bubble, because Hero Academia forced them to see yaoi because it was one of the most popular anime online. And now that we have a world full of algorithms, instead of staying in your bubble, they were forced to see shipping art. And it's just crazy because it's like, again, I always tell these, like, I always talked about this, and it's like, they blame shipping culture and yaoi on Hero Academia, and it's like, this is how I know you live under a rock and you are scared of anything you see from out of your rock. Because shipping culture has been a thing probably before they were born. Most definitely before they were born, right? Like, fucking Star Trek had shipping culture, man. The original Star Trek had shipping culture. Like, Zoro and Sanji are, as a ship, Sanji was introduced in 1998, but I think 1999 is when ships started happening. Or was it 1998? I think the first Zosan Dojinshi was 1998, because that's when Sanji was introduced. So it's like, Zoro and Sanji as a ship have been a ship since 1998, which is... Someone do the math for me. $23 years? Is that right? Or am I wrong? 27 years! Fuck! Sorry, I just jumped. 27 years. There you go. Zoro and Sanji is older than me. I'm 26. Oh my god, I should have known that. I just realized. Zoro and Sanji as a ship is older than me. It's older than most of you as well, I'm guessing. And it's insane because Zoro and Sanji as a ship were so popular. They still are. Back in the day, there'd be fucking conventions just for them. There'd be like shipping and fandom events in Japan just for them. Right? That's how like influential and huge they were. All the way back in like in the 2000s, like there was someone that had like a brochure, a poster of a Zoro Sanji ship event that was, I think, in 2004 that was being held in Tokyo. And it's like, this is how big shipping culture is and how it's always been around. But now that these shonen bros are forced to see shipping culture because of internet algorithm influence, they think that the most recent thing that they've seen has invented it. And it's like, you need to explore more. Like, you need to open your eyes and explore more if you think this is new. Zoro and Sanji are one of like the godfathers of shonen yaoi. I'm serious. Zosan, Narusasu, and Goku and Vegeta are like the three godfathers of modern yaoi, of shonen yaoi. Probably JoJo's as well, but I'm not as familiar. Narusasu breach containment, that's true. But yeah, I love when I hear that, oh, Hero Academia made yaoi, and it's like, I know more than you. You know what I mean? I feel like that when I hear that. I know more than you. Hello. But how can you be into One Piece and not know that the most popular ship in One Piece is Zoro? How can you not know that? Bitch, I wasn't even into One Piece back in the day and I knew who Zoro and Sanji was. Like, fucking every single person in Japan knows that. Like, why do the Western shonen bros not know that? This is why when people would say, would Oda know? Would Oda know? Oh, fucking course he knows! This is the biggest manga in the world. And the biggest ship in his manga by a fucking landslide is Zoro and Sanji. And it's not like a hidden secret fact. Of course he fucking knows. He'd have to be blind not to know. Because when it's like, oh, does he know? And it's like, I think you underestimate, first of all, how popular One Piece is in Japan. Second of all, how popular their ship is. Everyone in Japan knows. Every single fucking One Piece fan in Japan knows the biggest ship in One Piece is Zoro and Sanji. It is. Like, it just is. Shipping culture is so big in Japan. They have whole fandom stores dedicated to fan-made comics called doujinshis. They are like the creators of shipping culture. Not that they created shipping culture itself, but they perfected it, in my opinion. I am so jealous of their fandom and their shipping culture, because they will make full comics, full fan fictions, and they not only print them, but they sell them at stores that take them and will sell them for them. And they're huge. These stores are huge. I'm so fucking jealous of it. Yeah, it's legal. And the reason it's legal is because I looked this up. Because you'd think, how are they not getting copyrighted? Basically, the official publishing companies like Shueisha understand that shipping culture is good for them. They understand that shipping culture and fandom culture promotes their work and promotes them in general. So they basically actively turn a blind eye on purpose and allow them to post these things. But not only that, I also found out that I think they have to understand and approve everything that's coming out. As in, they need to be sent like, oh, I'm releasing this Zoro Sanji doujinshi where Sanji gets railed by Zoro. Is that okay? And Shueisha's going, yup! Like, they are fully fucking aware, and I know they have to be aware because they need to basically give them the okay. They would have numbers of what would be the biggest ships and biggest characters from this shipping culture. They'd know because they literally have the statistics. Like, this is why when people talk about, like, shonen bros talk about shipping culture and shit, like, blah, 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 it's like, I don't think you understand. Your own company and author knows this shit. They know it so well that they have to approve the doujinshis where Zoro is backshotting Sanji. They have to approve that shit. Like, that's why it's ridiculous when they talk about this like it's some hidden thing. This is a huge culture that you have been blinded to. Like, hang on. Zoro's a power bottom to you, not to me. You want the proof? You want the proof? This is only a small part of my collection. Every time I go to Japan, I go, oh boy, I can't wait to go to the Yaoi store. Pow! 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 I'm not opening them because the artists don't like when you show their art that you must buy on stream. They're fine with the covers. Bought in person in a store in Japan, and the store was huge. There's way more. The Zoro and Sanji shelf, right? The section was 2 whole huge cabinets, like library shelves, right? 2 of those, 3 actually, filled to the brim. There were so many that I was overwhelmed because I didn't know where to start. Like, and the One Piece had its own section. And it spanned like 1 whole line of the store, front to back of the shelves. That's how big this is. The Jinji reading Sundays. So when shonen bros talk about yaoi and shipping culture like, oh, blah, blah, like it's new and like it's nothing, shipping culture is one of the fucking reasons your series is as popular as it is. This is one of the reasons that your series is this big. Because of this. And they don't understand that, nor do they appreciate that, because they don't see it. Only in Japanese, they don't translate them. I don't think... I think hell would freeze over before we got official translated doujinshis. Ikebukuro also has them. In fact, I got most of these from the Ikebukuro store. But, like, this shit fucks. So when, like, this is how big this culture is in Japan. This is huge. So when people... Dragon, I'm sorry, don't look. So when these shonen bros talk about it, like, oh, this is just shipping culture, or does Oda know? Of fucking course he knows. There's literally buildings filled with Zoro and Sanji doujinshi. And you can buy them. And they have to be approved. To an extent by Shueisha. Of course they fucking know. Of course he knows. Everyone knows. You're the only one that doesn't know. They've gone back in my drawer. K-Books. K-Books, oh wait, was it K-Books? Yeah, it was K-Books. K-Books, Ikebukuro, K-Books, Akihabara. The other one was... What was it called? I never remember the store name. Shit. What's the store name? I never remember the store name. But it's like, it's crazy because you like go underground and there's yaoi on the walls. And it's like, where am I going right now? Fuck, what's it called? It starts with an M, I swear, but I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called Mandrake or something? Mandaraki. Mandaraki. Okay, that's what it's called. There you go. But yeah, like, this is exactly why when people, this is just exactly why when people say, no way shippers are the ones doing this for fandoms. I know they are, because there are stores and stores and stores in Japan filled with nothing but shipping content that people can buy. And events also made for it. Like, I know that shipping is a huge pillar of fandom. Because I've seen it. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. I think every shonen dude bro that thinks shipping isn't anything important or thinks shipping is stupid, especially gay shipping, yaoi shipping, needs to be brought into these stores to see the whole cabinets filled of Zosan. Just so they can look at it and be fucking befuddled by it. Just so they can have a different point of view. Anyway, you've been educated today. You've been educated, yes, Oda knows. Like, genuinely, he'd have to be living under the biggest rock in the world to not know. He'd have to not live in Japan and be Japanese to not know. And not be Japanese to not know. This is why I said... Of course he's got his own ships, but this is why I said, I'm 90% sure Oda's wife is a Fujo, and the reason I think that is because we got art that she drew, like, back in the day of Sanji and Law. Not together, but they were, like, very princely bishy arts. And I remember someone in the chat was like, but you think everyone's a Fujo? And I was like, it is literally the most reasonable thing in the world to think a woman who is into shonen and has drawn these characters in a bishy way is into yaoi. That is like the most reasonable thing to think in the world. Because women into shonen, it's a 50-50 on whether they also like yaoi or not. Because usually they're into shonen for the boy drama. Because I saw her art that she drew, and I know she drew it. This was ages ago. It was the Bishi style. It was the Bai Shonen, like, shoujo style. And it's like, I think she might be into yaoi. Exactly, Subaki. And I know the person that said, do you think everyone is into yaoi? It's not part of this, so of course they're not gonna know. And it's like, but I'm right. Like, I'm right. It is incredibly reasonable to think that. As a yaoi connoisseur, it's incredibly reasonable to think that. You want to check the drawings? I was sent them. Because the reason we think Law is Oda's wife's favorite character is because we found that drawing she made of Law, but she would also draw Sanji. By God am I looking for it, but it's hard to find, because of course this was wiped from the internet. Because imagine being married to the guy that makes your favorite series. And you like ships in that series. Easiest birthday present in the world. Honey, happy birthday. I drew you Sanji and Zoro kissing. But you can't show this to anybody. And I'd be like, don't worry. It's all for me. Apparently his wife's drawings was also why people think Pell didn't die. So these are the ones I could find. There were more. They're gone now. There was a lot of lore back in the day. But here you go. this This is why some people think Pell didn't die. But I don't know if he met his wife back then. But that's so funny. But there was more. But it's gone now. They've been the Luciad. Yeah, so she's not the reason Pearl is still alive. But I would not be shocked if the reason Law did get what he got is because his wife likes Law. While I don't know how true that is, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that Oda's just the ultimate wife guy. And he just wants to include characters that make his wife happy. Because we know he's included characters and moments for his daughters. He made Sanji a quadruplet because of one of his daughters. So from my knowledge, I do think Sanji was always supposed to have siblings, but he wasn't supposed to be a quadruplet. But because his daughter liked Osamatsu-san more than One Piece, it made him jealous. So he added quadruplets into One Piece and he made Sanji a quadruplet. He said this in an interview with the Detective Conan author. Did it work? I have no idea. We didn't get a follow-up. And I think we also know that his daughter's he's got two daughters. His other daughter's favorite character is Boa Hancock. I don't know where we found that out, but I have been told that we know that's true because I think he said that in an interview. But I'd have to double check that. But I know that the Sanji quadruplet thing is real because I read that interview. The other thing that I read that cracked me up is his wife has set a rule, which is no talking about One Piece. Because she's a fan and she doesn't want to know. She wants to read it. Like he said this apparently. He said she set a rule, I can't talk about One Piece with her. That's really funny. The dinner table's shaking. Can you imagine? No. No, I don't want to hear it. Go back to eating your dinner. Oda eating dinner, like knocking his broccoli around his plate because he can't talk about One Piece. I think the quadruplet thing was also the Gear 5 interview because it was a Detective Conan interview. The reason I know this is because I've just looked through a bunch of Oda's interviews. And I think Viz will sometimes upload them. One of my favorite interviews remains not with him, but it was with the Food Wars. The Food Wars, Jared and the Giant Peaches stop motion. It was the Food Wars creators, and they were talking about making the Sanji Food Wars thing and how they had to talk to Oda about it. And they talked about just how involved he was. And they talked about how he looked over all the storyboards, he approved them all, he even gave us notes on what to do. And one of my favorite things is they were originally, when Sanji was going to get serious, they were going to make him take off his tie, roll it up and put it in his pocket. But Oda said, nah, when Sanji gets serious, he tightens his tie. And because they gave them that note, they used it. Because why wouldn't you? You've got the fucking author, the creator of this character telling you, no, that's not what he does. You gotta make him do this instead. And that's also the author where the Food Wars people talked about meeting Oda at like a Shonen Jump editor's like lunch thing. And Oda said to them, like, the Sanji Food Wars thing you made was fucking fantastic. I can't wait for it to be an anime. And that's where his editor or something was with him and said, we can't just promise that. And Oda said, you'll do it. Like, that is from the creators of the Food Wars. That wasn't bullshit. That was an interview from the creators of the Food Wars manga talking about the Sanji Food Wars process and saying, Oda was like, can't wait for the anime. And everyone was flustered because like he just said that and there was no plans for an anime. But that's why when people go Oda approved, I say, you know what else Oda approved and was actually actively part of, and we have the interviews for it? The one manga where Sanji gets given Wano. I know Oda saw that, saw the storyboards of Zoro giving Sanji Wano, and he went, yes! Yes! Good shit! Post it now! Draft approved! In fact, do it again. My wife's gonna love this! Oh, can you imagine that's what he thinks every time he draws Zoro and Sanji together? My wife's gonna love this. I'm really excited over the Heroines novel, yeah, being an anime. I didn't read it, no, because there's to my knowledge, I don't think there's an official translation out there. There might be, I haven't checked, but I'm just excited to see it, you know? Because I really like the art. Is it wrong for me to want to see Sanji fight with swords even though it's against his morality? He looks so cool with those knives fighting onesie. Is this Zoro's burner account? Oh yeah, France get all the officially translated One Piece shit because you guys actually contribute to it. I didn't know it released officially, damn. I'm pissed that we didn't get the Zoro Sanji Wings magazine. I'm so fucking pissed. This is why, guys, this is why I'm telling you I hate leaks so much. Because things like leaks is what stops us from getting shit like the officially translated Zoro Sanji magazine. And I'll never forget, I follow the person that was releasing some translations for it. I'll never forget, this is also how big shipping culture is. Zoro and Sanji got their own magazine. And it was for the shippers. It was not for the fucking power scaling shonen bros. And I'll never forget this because they released the magazine and someone was translating bits and pieces about, it was like how Zoro and Sanji see each other, what they think of each other, how they like each other in just like a obvious, you know, crewmate way. And this person kept getting messages about what about powers and like what about power, like anything about fights and powers. And they said, guys, this was a magazine for shippers. There's nothing in this magazine about any kind of fight. About any kind of fighting power. Like, they had to explain it. They were like, there's nothing in the magazine that compares Zoro and Sanji. It's about Zoro and Sanji's relationship. I'll never fucking forget that. Like, they were befuddled. They were baffled. Like, what else could it be for? It's been out since 2022. That I just don't pay attention to the novels. I like the art a lot. I love the art, especially how Nami was. Ugh, loved it. Dragon Ball has Yaoi too. Don't make it harder for my Fujo sisters in the Dragon Ball fandom. Oh, in France. Okay, whew. I still support women. I just thought of something so horrible and I do not know why that came to me. Never mind. Why did I even say that I just thought of something horrible? Well, you know what else is released in English? Sanji Food Wars. I have it on my shelf right now. So it's possible. I did miss on supporting women. Fuck. I did. Oh. This music with you know. I always think about, because I check the dates, how the Food Wars creators wrapped up Food Wars as a story at the same time that they started making Sanji Food Wars. And I'm convinced that was their end goal. They got the deal to be able to make a Sanji spin-off and they went, quick! Quick! Wrap it up! Wrap it up! We have to focus on Sanji! I'm just convinced that's what happened. There's no way they weren't aching to put Sanji in... Whoa. Whoa. Calm down. Whoa. Ass ahoy. All I know is they put Zeph in it, and Zeph looks sexy. They drew Zeph with one hand. I'm looking for when Zeph was like reading something and taking off his glasses. Honestly, this entire thing was drawn with one hand. They clearly like Sanji a little too much. And you know what? Real. Oh, I just saw this scene. Oh, sorry. I just saw the scene where Zeph like praised Sanji and Sanji went... Bah. Oh. There it is. Now this is the female gaze. Like... a little too attractive. Damn people. Oh, they clearly love Sanji so much. They had so many little things that it's like, yeah, they get it. One of my favorite points was, this. I don't know if you can read it. But it's little Sanji going, allow me to be your knight, and he's got a little rose and he's doing this, and the guy says, you there boy, you're quite good with basic sword strikes. Have you been trained in the sword? And Sanji says, huh? No, cause he has! Cause he was trained in Germa 66 in the Vinsmoke Kingdom. And it's like, those little details, that's how I know. These authors really like Sanji. They really, really like Sanji. Because that's such a tiny thing to add for, like, his past. And also, a lot of this was literally Sanji thinking about his past and how fucked up that was. Oh, he's so cute. Oh. Oh. Oh, a wee bab. Oh, he's so little. Classic Mel shenanigans, gets caught reading something when she tried to find just the page for it. I'm trying to find the page of when Zeph praised him and he went, but it was so cute. I can't show it to you guys because I'm gonna get copyrighted. Oh, I have to read it again. I love Sanji. Ah! 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 I love Sanji. Food Wars Sanji or regular One Piece Sanji? That is Sanji. Like, this is Sanji. That's why Food Wars Sanji is so good, because that's Sanji. They got him. Found it. This is what I was looking for. So this was after... Oh, so little. This was after Sanji finished making his meal for a customer. And Zeph approved it to be taken out. Oh. Just a tiny thing. Oh, oh, oh my god. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, they understood him so well. They not only understood Sanji, they understood his dynamic and relationship with Zeph. Yeah, he's got a bit of a lesbian haircut here, but we'll let that slide. Again, this is why I like time skip Sanji so much. He's fluffier. And then we got to see Sanji at 40 years old. Because the Food Wars creators are just They just needed Sanji in all ways, and of course they had to fucking add 40-year-old Sanji. One hand, guys, one hand. I know that's right. It's just fan service. Remember, guys, Oda approved all of this. He approved all of this. He not only approved it, he was actively looking over the storyboarding phase and giving them notes. This is why I'm saying if we ever do get 40-year-old Straw Hats, he has to use this design. He has to. Oh, and when he gets praised by Zeph again. Sick to my fucking stomach. God, they're so cute. That's his dad. Look. Oh, Sony Vegas. I mean, Photoshop. Ugh. Shitting, crying, throwing up. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, I feel sick. It's so cute. It's so cute. And then they drew Sanji. Now hang on, guys. They drew Sanji, I think he's like 14 here. 14, 15. Wait a minute. Guys. Guys, the agenda. Hold on, guys. The agenda. Second in command, you say? Interesting. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm looking at the last page. It's really good. You know what? I will show it. This is the last page. For those who haven't seen it, it's just mwah. So Sanji just beating someone up, and Patty's saying, is it me or is Sanji weirdly on edge these days? And Connie's saying, it ain't you, he's been this way for a while. He just got promoted to sous chef too. What's his problem? I don't get it. Fair, who gets that squid for brain? Who gets what that squid for brain stinks? Don't bother trying. Zeph is watching Sanji walk away, and then we get a cut of little Sanji in the Iron Mask saying the all blue. It has all the fish from the Four Seas. I want to go there. Someday, once I'm finally out of here. And then it dissolves into smoke as he looks out to the ocean. Fuck! God, these authors really got Sanji. They got him so well. So well. Because of course, what's happening is he's getting antsy. He's getting antsy because he wants to find the All Blue. But he thinks he can't because he thinks he has a debt to pay to Zeph. Even though Zeph doesn't want that. Which is why Zeph is watching him, right? And he's looking out at the sea. Because he still wants to chase the All Blue and and he feels stuck. Ah! Oh, these... God, they got him so well. They did such a good job. Oh. This is like Sanji fan's wet dream. This whole thing was a Sanji fan's wet dream. It was like watching Sanji be given the love, and the understanding that we were waiting for. Good shit. Good soup. Good soup. How did we end up talking about Sanji? Thank you, Dragon. Dragon's a Sanji fan. Why wouldn't he be? Sanji's feeding his son all the time. It was so satisfying to read because it would just, especially after the nightmare that was Boichi's Dr. Stone's Ace comic. I know I said doujinshi. Ace spinoff. We were scared, man. We were scared. Because that looked like shit, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I hate it. The Nami Khalifa part was horrible, jeez. I feel so bad for Ace fans. I feel horrible for them. I really do. What page do we see the... What page do we see the Celestial Dragons all sitting in that room together? What chapter? Because I do not fucking remember for the life of me. 233 might be it. I think it's when we like first see them all. I think it's 233. It's 233. Oh, thank God. If I had to like search for that like a madman, I would have hated it. It's always Yaoi. You say that like you open a door and go, oh, they're doing it again. I want Bagels! But the bagels place opens at like 9. What am I meant to do? If the world was over, I'd wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'd wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. I don't want to be next to Sanji when the world is ending. Are you fucking kidding me? No way. I'd want to be next to Luffy. He'd be able to do something. He'd help in some way. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'd be protected if I were next to Sanji. I don't know if he'd actively be able to save me, but he'd try to protect me. Actually, no. You know what? If the world was ending, I think I'd want to die with everybody. The world's fucking ending. What's out there for me? I don't want to go to Mars. I don't want to go to space. I remember seeing it was like a tweet or something, and it's like, why do people in zombie apocalypse stories work so hard to survive? And I feel that, because I think that all the time when I watch shit like that, because I'm like, what life are you possibly living for at this point? Like, I'll be fucking honest. If I'm in a world where I have no access to Yaoi, I have no access to One Piece, my cat gone, I'm not trying to survive. Because I always think this, I think I could survive most situations if I were still given a weekly to bi-weekly One Piece chapter. Like, I think jail would be fine if I got to read the weekly to bi-weekly One Piece chapter. Honestly, I think jail would go by really quickly. One Piece club in jail. There's book clubs in jail. 4 years sentence in jail and you can read a chapter a day. You fucking know I'd start a book club if I ever went to jail. I'd be like, alright guys, we're reading One Piece. 1 chapter a day per day. Let us begin. Oh, I can't wait for the next chapter. I think most situations would be survivable if I got my weekly to bi-weekly chapter of One Piece. Like, I'd be able to make it through a lot of things. Break weeks are fine because I'm getting another chapter. I'm fine with break weeks. Oh, for God's sake. What a zoom. I didn't realize I was going into his hick and dolls. Is the new chapter out yet? Now guys, there's this one anime out there, and I don't actually know the name of the anime, mind you, but it's like got the famous scene of the guy saying, oh, you read, like he's holding like a gun to this woman's head, and he's like, oh, you read One Piece, who's your favorite character? And she says, Zoro, and then she says, are my family alive? And he says, we're talking about One Piece. Now here's my beef with that scene. I know a man wrote that, because I don't think this beautiful woman would say her favorite character is Zoro. I think she'd say either Nami, Robin, Sanji, or Chopper. Right? However, I was about to say, here's how I reason around it. She said that to live. Because if I had a guy holding a gun to my head and he said, who's your favorite character in One Piece? I wouldn't say Sanji. I'm sorry, Sanji, I'm not dying for you. I'm not saying Sanji. I'm saying Zoro. The safest bet would be Luffy. Honestly. Oh, we looked up that before. The mangaka hating One Piece. That's not true. We looked that up. It was a rumor that was spread by someone. It's not actually true. No, he doesn't. It was a rumor. We looked this up. I remember this. I remember we looked this up. And it wasn't true. I definitely remember looking this up and we found out it was just false. Oh yeah, safest bet if a man is asking my favorite One Piece character, Zoro or Garp, 100%. But I do agree, she said that to survive. Because I remember looking at that and I was like, I don't think this lovely lady would be a Zoro fan. And then I thought about it. And you know what? She was smart. She was intelligent. Survivor. The safest bet would be Luffy. I think that's if you have One Piece fan had a gun to your head and they said, who's your favorite character? Safest bet is Luffy. That is 100% the safest bet. But if then they then say, oh, come on, Luffy doesn't count. Who is it really? Then you say Zoro. Oh yeah, that was an SBS, Birch. That was true. Oda put that in an SBS. Mama, I started that discussion. Once again, I'm there. I was the one that started that discussion. Alright, that'll do. I cannot be bothered to do all of that. Who's my favorite Gorosei? Let me look at them again. I mean, do I need a favorite? I've talked about this. You've got dead, tall, short, bald, and oddly handsome. Kind of. Not really. But out of all of them, he's definitely the most handsome looking, but that's not much to go by. And like a guy. So there you go. Dead, tall, short, bald, a guy. Well, I guess now my favorite Gorosei would be Figureland, Saint Figureland, only because he's the most interesting. But, I don't know, this fucking guy, because he turns into a horse and he has a bald head that you can slap. But I don't have a favorite, really. I think their demon designs are a lot better than their person designs. And I really hope Figureland has a demon design, because if he does, I can't wait to see it. Oh fuck, I forgot he bit Sanji. It's all connected. There's a theory that Sanji was a celestial dragon and related to the blonde guy. Don't give up! Sanji's third backstory incoming. So I've got hair on my face. He's been through enough. Could this be Sanji's Whole Cake Island? God, I'll never forget when I made that tweet. That's like, guys, I think Elbaf could be Sanji's Whole Cake Island. And people were replying like, do you mean Usopp's? What do you mean? Like they didn't get the joke. No, Oda loves Usopp. He loves him so much he said he's always going to keep Usopp a coward. You're definitely wrong. I do not feel any hatred for Usopp from Oda. I feel that Oda is utilizing and writing Usopp the exact way that he has always been written. My Whole Cake Island. He got good panel time at the beginning of Elbaf. He literally, like, opened the arc with Nami. And now, similar to Nami, Robin, Jinbe, and Frankie, he is currently tied up. Insulted giants. Well, I mean, what's interesting is currently Usopp is the one yelling at Dory and Broggy to get it together. Like, that's an indication that something's gonna happen with Usopp and Dory and Broggy. I'm sure there's gonna be some interesting thing here. It's just every arc we've gotten before this has not been emotionally connected to Usopp, has it? But now Usopp's tied up. There was a lot of Usopp in Elbaf recently. He's just not the spotlight. Because again, it's ridiculous to expect that, in my opinion. But there was a lot of Usopp on Elbaf, talking about Elbaf, being excited for Elbaf, meeting the giants of Elbaf. And now Usopp's tied up, and he's yelling at Dory and Broggy to please get it together. But Egghead, again, it's like, where are the Usopp moments? And it's like, well, where were the fucking Nami moments? Like, you know what I mean? Like, where were the Chopper moments? Where were the fucking Zoro moments? His only moment was like, oh, like fighting Lucci in a corner and not even succeeding. And it's because Egghead wasn't something that personally meant anything to Usopp, really. He's so sharp with everything when it's not related to fights. Yeah, almost like he was in Punk Hazard. In Punk Hazard and Wano, where what Usopp was literally doing was not related to the fights. He was trying to find a way to overall help the battle and the war in a big way without having to face someone in a one-on-one. That's exactly what he was doing, which is why it gets really frustrating when people are like, where are his big moments? He actively turned the tide in Onigashima because he figured out the intercom system and he had the plan with Otama. That was him! Not to mention he stopped Nami getting fucking battered by Ulti. And I don't mean the part where he's like, you have to lie, which in itself is a scene that is incredible in my opinion. But when she ran back, she got back up and she ran to Nami and Usopp stopped her from being able to get to Nami. But once again, Usopp versus Perona, while it's funny, it's still not as Usopp. Do you understand? Like, Usopp in a 1v1 is not Usopp. That's not what he should be doing. The only reason he fought Perona is because he was the only person that could, but he wouldn't have otherwise. If someone else could have done that, he wouldn't have wanted to do that. And majority of Usopp's fights as well isn't with just Usopp, it's with other people. But this is where I say Onigashima, in my opinion, is a showing of how incredible Oda's become as a writer with his characters. Nearly everything in Onigashima was related to the character. Even what Usopp was doing was better for his character because he's not meant to be a fighter. That's not what he wants to do. That's not his role. That's not what he should be doing. Usopp did exactly what he should have been doing in Onigashima, which is trying to find a way to overall help this war and help people in a bigger mass, right? Strategize, basically. Hear the intercom system that Sanji was talking to, see Otama's power and go, holy fuck, we can run around, shoot Otama's power dumplings into the mouths of Kaido's crew and then get her to make an order. Like, that's exactly what he should be doing. And then he saved the samurai, because the samurai would have died without him there. And he yells at them, I'm gonna cling to life, it's not dripping down my nose. You guys are fucking idiots, I'm saving you anyway. It's just so frustrating when people talk about Usopp like he doesn't do anything. And it's like, Usopp actively turned the tides of the entire war in Onigashima. That was him. That was his strategy. That was his idea. And then he saved Kinemon! He saved Kinemon and Kiku! And it's like, what the fuck else do you want him to do? What you want is a one-on-one, and you're mad that you didn't get that. Like, I've just had it. I've had enough of the way people treat Usopp. Because that's exactly what he is. He's the average Joe who's very intelligent and knows where he should be and what he should be doing. Because it's crazy. I just remember when I was reading Onigashima and Usopp had that idea and he spotted the intercom systems and he went, hold on. They're all talking through there. And I went, there he goes. His brain is braining. No, Jinbei versus Who is one of the best fights in Wano. I agree. Because not only is it a former CP9 agent and we're seeing how they've been ruined, it's literally Jinbei being told about Nika and Joy Boy, and it's also Jinbei facing fucking racism. Who's Who is incredibly racist towards him, and Jinbei is going, wow, in the current year, I'm gonna beat your ass. Again, it's incredible because it relates to character. We are watching Jinbei as a fishman face this microaggression and face this bigotry, and we see that it's not affecting him because he's very comfortable and confident in where he is and who he's fighting with to get past Who's Who. Yeah. It's true the Sasaki fight was the weakest, but the reason I think that was the weakest is because Frankie as a character is very level. I personally think Frankie as a character, there's not much growth there. Like, there's not much more growth he needs to do. I think he's pretty set. Because I don't want to say he's a perfect character, but he's not like Sanji, and he's not like Luffy, and he's not like Zoro, and he's not like Nami, and he's not like Robin, he's not like Usopp, blah, 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 blah. In the sense that Frankie is on a very stable wavelength as a character. there's not much that will really get to him or really make him have to grow, because he's done a lot of his growing already. He's already in a spot of comfort. But hey, I know you're gonna hate me for this, Flamingo. I don't remember his fight in Ennie's lobby. I just don't. I remember when he dislocated his shoulders for his guns, but I don't remember who he fights. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I've told you, like, Ennie's lobby to me is like, I just thought a lot of the fights were kind of less. He fights Chopapa, okay. I remember when he falls into the water. I remember that. And he climbs up the building and he sees Chopper and he goes, what the fuck? I remember a lot more Frankie and Robin's interactions, of course, such as Frankie jumping in front of Robin to protect her. Thank you, King. Correct. He is fodder. Fucking exactly. Exactly. Ooh, clap, 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 clap. The reason I remember who Frankie fights is because of Sasaki doing the rotating thing with his fruit, his dino fruit, and Frankie goes, whoa! Is that how dinosaurs worked? And Sasaki's like, yeah! I remember that so well. And I also remember Frankie flying out of his General Frankie to get that final hit on Sasaki. And he goes, no, because he lost General Frankie. Oh yeah, the king slinging back his face and whoosh. And even Zoro was like, what the fuck? Oh, Zoro and Sanji's fights were just so fantastic. But I always think about when Queen shot his like body, his neck from his body, and Sanji goes, what? It was so funny. Honestly, Frankie's... I keep saying Sanji, god. Frankie's best moments in Wano were definitely when he was just supporting the crew. Because that's what he was there for, right? When he was running over Big Mom. When he was looking out for Zoro twice. And the bromance line that he had with Brooke as well. But, I really liked when Zoro got flung through the wall and Frankie caught him, and Frankie said, whoa, that's a really tough guy you're facing, do you need help? And Zoro said, no, it should be fine. And then of course Frankie obviously kept that in his head, and after Frankie finished his fight he ran off to look for Zoro, and if he hadn't done that Zoro would be dead, because he caught him before Zoro could fall off the edge of the cliff. And I really, really like that. Like, of course Frankie was the one that went to save Zoro. He's the one that watched Zoro get fucking sent through the wall, and he had to catch him. I mean, again, people go, where are the fights? Where are the fights? It's almost like there's a role on the crew that is specifically for that. But if I say more, I'll get in trouble. My little sister is showing. Shut up! Jack was there to have huge fucking massive mammoth tits, get taken out by the minx and die. Like, I wouldn't say Jack was mistreated by Oda because he picked a fight with the minx. The minx picked a fight back and Kato went, whoa! You know? I wouldn't say he was mistreated. I'd say that's exactly what had to happen. Jack got his fucking ass beaten by the minx. Like, Jack didn't have a fight to pick with any of the Straw Hats. I guess the only reason I say I don't think Jack was mistreated by Oda is because I didn't think any different of it. Like, I didn't go, oh, that's it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that that happened to him. He was the one fucking up the minx. Well, yeah, King and Queen were made to resemble Zoro and Sanji's worst sides. And that made them awesome. Made them awesome. If any character has to reflect Zoro and Sanji in any way, that's a good character! That's a good character. I clapped my hands so hard they went red. Oh my god, I want a bagel from this bagel place so bad. Can it please open? Open at 8 AM? You know what? I'm going to put my order in now. Why is 8:50 the... What? Oh brother, I am lost. Huge news, everyone. I was looking at the wrong bagel place and it's open. We're doing it. I can get my pastrami bagel. My pastrami bagel is on the way. The worst traits from King and Queen regarding Zoro-san. Queen is quite obvious. Everything that Queen is what Sanji doesn't want to be. An emotionless, scientifically made woman beating machine. Sorry. Ooh. And Queen reflects that in such a way that he literally has every power of the Vinsmoke siblings, all of them, including poison. So Queen has Reiju's poison to an extent. I'm pretty sure he poisons people. Ichiju's fire, Niji's electricity, Stealth Black's invisibility, mind you, and Yonji's it's not wench. Winch green power, which is just being able to be super strong and expand out your arms and shit. Everything that Queen is, Sanji fucking despises and doesn't, and also fears, right? What Sanji sees when he sees Queen is a very, very, very scary mirror of possibility, which is this is what he could be if he's not careful, and if he doesn't stand on who he is, this is what he could become. Hence why he has the scene when he thinks about his brothers and he thinks, no, I don't want to become a cold, unfeeling monster like them. And also why Queen has the connection he does have to Vinsmoke Judge, and why he keeps calling Sanji and Vinsmoke and keeps saying, show me what you have, show me what you have, show me what you can do. He sees Sanji as a scientific marvel that Judge Vinsmoke has created, and he wants to take it, right? And he doesn't even view Sanji as a person, he just views Sanji as a science experiment, a weapon. And that's Sanji's biggest fear. So, Queen has turned himself into a walking, talking, malicious, horrible weapon that, again, beats women. That's a big factor. Because remember, Sanji thought he beat that one woman up that liked him. I forgot her name. But he thought he beat her up, and he was about to spiral. Because he blacked out for a moment, and he's like, did I do that? Did I do that? And then he found out, oh, Queen did that. And then he was like, wow, Queen, what a horrible, horrible man you are to beat a defenseless woman. So yeah, Queen is very obvious. Zoro, it's a bit less so obvious, but for Zoro, its King is quite literally a lapdog with no hopes or dreams of his own, who will just kill anyone who Kaido tells him to kill, and operates with absolutely no like class or no like real swordsmanship ability. He's just rough and brutal and quite merciless, and he's not really self-thinking. All he does is think what Kaido thinks. Like, he'll only do what Kaido does. No ambition. Exactly. He's got no ambition of his own, which is why it makes me laugh when people try and make Zoro this. Zoro would have killed Sanji at Whole Cake Island. No, he wouldn't have, because he's not king. Literally, king is every worst aspect of what a captain's fighter could be, which is just their lapdog that has absolutely no thought or ambition of their own. They are only used for their strength and seen for their strength, and that's all they have to be. That's all King is. King, as much as Kaido did like King, unfortunately Kaido's problem is he only saw people for their strengths, right? That's all Kaido really respected King for. And that's terrifying to think, because that's probably what Zoro doesn't want to be and what he shouldn't be. Just something that is just there to be Luffy's muscle. He's more than that. He's got his own ambitions. He's got his own dreams. He's his own person. He's not just Luffy's fighter. He's Roronoa Zoro, you know? He wants to be a master swordsman. King just is nothing, basically. That's why when people say, oh, King's character, that's the point. King is kind of meant to be a bit two-dimensional, because that's all he is. He's literally just Kaido's lapdog, right? So King and Queen are supposed to reflect the two worst, like the what Zoro and Sanji could be in the worst timeline, which is these things, you know? One of them could just be a mindless lapdog with no ambition that just kills when told to kill, doesn't use swords with proper swordsmanship, is just totally brutal and forceful with it. Because King even mocks swordsmanship. I think he even mocks like having to be trained in the sword. Like, King operates on complete brutality. And then Queen is a walking, talking, soulless scientific weapon that beats women. Right? That's why Queen and King are fantastic counterparts to Zoro and Sanji when they fight them. Because they're just bizarro, horrible, parallel universe versions of Zoro and Sanji, and they don't want to be that. And King and Queen as well, when they fight each other, there's no respect there. King and Queen will even hit each other when they fight, right? Like, King actively... I think it was King actively hurt Queen while trying to fight Sanji, I believe it was, and they like scuffled about that, and King was like, well, maybe if you didn't get in the way. And it's a reflection of how Sanji and Zoro were in Long Ring Longland. But, of course, Sanji and Zoro worked through that, and Sanji and Zoro realized together they are unstoppable, but they have to respect each other, and they do respect each other. And that's where they figured it out, Long Ring Longland, right? Like, they respected each other before that, but then they realized, oh, it's more than this. For King and Queen, there's no respect there. They don't like each other. They hate each other. And you can see it, because if King and Queen worked together, they'd be incredible. But they don't, because they don't want to, because they don't like each other. So Zoro and Sanji were always set up to win against those two, because Zoro and Sanji actually respect each other and actually believe in each other to win their fights, right? That's why it's also such a big deal that in the middle of their fights, Sanji rings Zoro up and trusts him with this huge favor and this huge promise, which is, if I change, you have to kill me. That's massive! That's massive, and that's in the middle of them fighting their fucking horrible, bizarro, parallel universe versions of each other that hate each other. King and Queen would never ask that of each other. Queen would never ask King to kill him in any situation, because he hates him. This is a promise of trust, right? This is a huge deal. And that's what happened between Zoro and Sanji. When they were fighting King and Queen, we were reminded of just how much these two do respect each other, and just how much these two mean to each other, and just why these two are the wings of Luffy, and why they will bring Luffy to the peak, while King and Queen can't. They can't bring Kaido to the peak, to the top, right? Because they don't operate as wings. They just can't. They just need to actually respect each other. So there you go. That's why. I think it's just fantastic how King and Queen were set up to be bizarro versions of Sanji and Zoro. It was done really well in my opinion. I also hope King will get a will of his own. I honestly do want that to happen. Because that's something I noticed. Because people are going, where's King's character? Where's King's character? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's kind of the point. Because you know how a lot of people think Zoro doesn't have any character, he's too one-dimensional? That's King. And that's the point! That's the point! That's the point! That King wasn't really allowed to develop a person. Because he just had to be Zoro's he had to be Kaido's muscle. Oh yeah, and King is focused on heritage and Zoro doesn't give a fuck. And how funny is that in Wano? In Wano specifically, that's incredible because we know that Zoro's got roots in Wano and he doesn't give a fuck. So real, Rain Dragon, so real. I will never, like, I'll never forget when I was arguing about Zoro and Sanji clearly respecting each other. This is ages ago on Twitter.com. This is probably before Elon took over. God, those were the days. And I remember someone said to me, they clearly don't like each other. And I was like, why? Why do you think that? And they brought up the Death Pact. And they said Sanji literally told Zoro to kill him. And I realized they thought because, oh, Sanji knows Zoro hates him. He's asking Zoro to kill him because Zoro's the only one who wants to kill him, basically. And I remember telling them, that's a ridiculous example to use because to me, this is a showing of just how much they trust each other. Like, that's an insane amount of trust to ask someone to take your life. You're literally telling someone to pull the plug. And if you wanted someone to pull the plug, you wouldn't get someone you hated. You'd want to get someone you love, right? Because of how much it means and the trust that you need for them to make that decision. And Zoro said, don't die. Well, because the reason they get choked up or they get confused about it is because it's one of my favorite scenes, is because Zoro is like, okay, I have something to look forward to. And that sounds like, oh, okay, he's excited to kill Sanji. But then, of course, he says, so don't die before then. That's Zoro, you know, roughhousing with him, basically. That's Zoro being cheeky to him because that's how they communicate. That's how they have this dynamic. Because Zoro's not going to be like, no, Sanji. That's not his fucking character, is it? He's not going to be like that. So he says, I have something to look forward to. And then he says, but don't die before then. As in, don't you dare fucking die. Like, you've made this promise with me now, but more than that, don't you die. Oh, hi, Kenny. Good morning. It's just mwah, you know? Yeah, I'm pulling an all-nighter. Mama Mad Dog? Exactly! Exactly! I have that same antagonistic relationship with my friends. That's why I can see it. I love being a little bit tongue-in-cheek with my friends. I love going, I'll kill you first, you know? Yeah, I gotta kill you. That's cute, because in my opinion, what that was Zoro's way of asking Sanji, are you fine? And of course Sanji said, yeah, I'm fine. And then they started fighting, because that's normal for them. That's their normalcy. Let's see if I can work this. God, it's such a good scene. Don't die before then. The anime did a really good job on that. Doesn't look very good. The anime did a good job because the voice acting was superb. Zoro's voice actor put a lot of heart into it. For the sub, I mean, I haven't seen the dub. Ugh. I can see. What happened when Zoro saw death? He shut his pants. That's what he did. He shitted. He shitted and he pissed is what happened. He shitted and farted. I piss and poo. I piss and poo, but mostly pee. I gotta get another coffee. It's a good death repellent. Well, you usually shit your pants after you die. Do I think that Zoro would notice that something was off with Sanji if he was with him when he saved Nami because Sanji looked scary and his modifications were a part of it? I do. I do. And the reason I think that is because Zoro knows him. Because, like, Zoro was the only one that even picked up in Wano that something was wrong with him. And I say that because Chopper literally watched Sanji stand up after getting crushed by Queen. All the bones on his body were broken. And Chopper went, whoa! Chopper went, what the fuck? Meanwhile, Sanji literally, like, breathes different. He, like, made the one wrong step. And Zoro said, what's up? What's going on? Like, he picked that up immediately. Hang on, I gotta find the page. Found it. So Sanji jumps They're both dodging it, but Sanji jumps and says, "Oof." And Zoro says, "What's up?" Bro, he's got a fucking hair out of line. And Zoro's like, "Hello? Is there something wrong?" And if he was right, there is something up. And Sanji's going, "I feel weird." He didn't say he felt bad. And then he helps him. And he saves him. What, your eyebrow? Sorry, that's so funny. And then Sanji saves Zoro from Queen after that. So this is how I know. He definitely knows something is off, because when he fights with him... Like, I've talked about this, as fucking gay as this sounds, when they fight together, they breathe together, because they have to, they're the wings. So Sanji puts a fucking toe out of line when they're fighting, does one thing different, and Zoro goes, "Huh?" He went, "Bah? What's going on?" Wado is what he puts in his mouth, Flamingo. He always puts Wado in his mouth. I know this because Mihawk shattered the other swords except for Wado, and Wado was in his mouth. Look, I'll never forget when Queen is talking to Sanji and they're fighting on the performance floor together. And so Zoro's fighting right next to Sanji against King, and Queen's yelling at Sanji like, "Oh, you're a Vinsmoke and your body and blah blah blah," and Sanji's like, "No, I'm not like that, I'm not a Vinsmoke." Can you imagine being Zoro in that situation? Zoro's like, "What the... what?" Like... He's like, "No, I'm not a machine. I'm not a cyborg machine. I'm a human. I'm not a Vinsmoke." And Zoro's like fighting King like, what the fuck are they talking about? Zoro's like, what the fuck happened on Whole Cake Island? The fuck's a Vinsmoke? He's like, what happened when I was gone? Because I was gonna say, Sanji did the same thing when they met again in Wano, because Drake called Sanji, ex-Drake called Sanji a Vinsmoke, and Sanji yelled at him, "Never call me that!" And I was like, oh, I guess Zoro was there for that, but no, he wasn't, because he just jumped forward to try and kill Orochi. So he didn't hear that. So Sanji was fighting Queen. And yelling, "No, I'm not a cyborg, I'm a human being." And Zoro's fighting right next to him, probably going, what the fuck are they talking about? I mean, I think the reason he puts Wado in his mouth is because he keeps it the closest to him. But also because it's just iconic. Like, the reason I knew Wado was in his mouth is because of the Mihawk fight. When the other two swords got shattered except for Wado. And I remember thinking, fuck, he's sure lucky. He's sure lucky. It's the best tasting sword. You got me there. Wado. Oh, I made it to 28 minutes. Hang on, I said I'd make myself another coffee when I got to 28 minutes. I'll be back. Enjoy the music. Sorry, I had to put my hoodie back on. Ba, 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 ba. I think one of my biggest big brain moments with One Piece is I realized that there were no older siblings on the Straw Hats. They were either all single children or younger siblings. Luffy, younger sibling. Nami, younger sibling. Sanji, younger sibling. Frankie, younger sibling. Jinbe, arguably younger sibling. And then the rest of them are single children, right? And I was like, why is that the case? Why are older siblings not allowed on the Straw Hats? And then I found out Oda's a little sibling. He's a younger sibling. And I only found that out because he had an SBS talking about Reiju and Sanji, and he was like, that's how I am with my sister. And it was like his big sister, and I was like, oh, he's a younger sibling. Okay. That makes sense. He's projecting a little bit. Because one of the reasons that Nami sticks out to me so much and why I like her so much is because she's a little sister. She's a little sister, and I'm a little sister, and I saw a lot of myself in her. I was gonna say, Zoro can also be argued to be the little brother of Kuina as well. That's true. Zoro's very much got younger sibling behavior. Older siblings are either they stay at home, evil, or dead. Which is real, by the way. Older siblings are all like that. speaking as a younger sibling, you know? No. Nothing for middle children, I'm sorry guys. Although Sanji's technically a middle child, but he's considered a younger sibling. I'm a single child? Fuck, I knew it. Cause you're so fucking weird. You weirdo. Didn't learn how to socialize properly, weirdo. Siblingless weirdo. My best friend's a single child. She's such a weirdo. I love her. But I love her, she's so cute because she's only weird to a select few people. As in, you gotta get to know her first, she's incredibly shy. But once you know her, she is crawling up your walls. Oh, I love her. And that's single child behavior, you know? I'll never forget, this is in my mind, when she was staying at my house one time and she like was running around like an animal, and I like went to the bathroom, and when I came back she was in the corner because she's a dancer, so she's very flexible. She was like discombobulating her body to make an incredibly terrifying pose in the corner of my living room in the dark. And I was like, girl! It's like 11 p.m. You can't be doing this shit. Oh, she's so funny. All you single children are weird. All of you. Ow! Yeah, but Frankie's not a single child, is he? Frankie had a big brother. Idiot. No, Flamingo. Iceberg is his big brother. No, technically that's his family. Tom's his dad. Iceberg's his big brother. He has a big brother. I will not take this slander. Tom's brother is his uncle. It's true. Sorry, I thought you were making a Luffy joke, Subaki. Yeah, something like that. The true single child here is Robin. And that's why Robin is so fucking weird. Single child behavior. Will I stream tomorrow? It depends what's considered tomorrow. I'm thinking. As in, I'm staying up 24 hours to fix my sleeping schedule. Yeah, I should be here tomorrow. I'm not gonna be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I know, it's a lot. But, it's house stuff, and I also have my, parents coming to see me on Saturday. I'll be there for the chapter drop though, don't you worry. Why is that insane? Why insane behavior? I do this all the time. You know, this image is really crazy, this image of Jesus Christ. Because if you look really, 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 really close, I think you can see the paw fruit hands. Sorry. Stupid. Get out of here, Ari. You just did that on your own. Not even in the VC. I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how or when. Ba 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 ba, you're mine. Da 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 da. And I'll be waiting, waiting. Now, when Kuma takes on the pain, he takes on the pain bubble, and I have a problem with that. And here's my problem with that. Kuma takes on the pain and he's like fucked, right? He's totaled, look. And he's like in bed and he needs like a little ice pack on his head. And here's my issue with Kuma taking on that pain. There's no fucking way all these old people have that much pain. That just cannot be. I think I could easily shoulder an old person's back problems. I kind of already do. You know? They're stronger than Zoro. This little old lady can fucking one-shot Zoro. You might be correct. She just finished fighting Kaido. Something did indeed happen. She's like, you should see the other guy. I think it'd be more funny if Kuma stepped into the pain bubble and instead of going he went, ooh, ah, my back. Ooh, ooh, ah, my ankles feel swollen. Wait, can Kuma take on pregnancy pain? Oh. Wait, bitch. Wait, Kuma, it's okay, honey. I'll take on all the pregnancy pain. Ah! Yow! That's why he didn't marry Ginny. He knew. Have I said this? What I've talked about is I think Kuma's stupid Because if I were Kuma, I would just get 1,000,000 wasps and put them in the bubble. I'm spitting everywhere. And then people were like, Mel, why do you hate wasps? Because they're fucking useless. But wasps pollinate. Other animals like bees pollinate better than wasps. And wasps, no, mosquitoes are important because mosquitoes feed the ecosystem with fish. Fish eat baby mosquito larvae. Mosquitoes are actually important for like bugs and fish. I don't know what the fuck wasps do. No, roaches are good. Roaches are not that bad. Wasps, on the other hand, need to go. Invasive, violent, annoying. They do what bees do, but worse. We don't need it. We just don't need it. So if I were Kuma, because the pain has to go somewhere, that's like the whole thing, right? I'd get 1,000,000 wasps and I'd put them in the bubble. And the wasps can take on the pain. I said this last time and people called me a wasp hater. I am. I don't want wasps. It's a genius idea. It's as good, in my opinion, as Law's Ratatouille strap. This is what I call it. I stand by this. Law at all times needs to carry a rat with him. And for him to immediately win any fight, he should just swap the rat's heart with his opponent. He wins. He has now got his opponent's heart in this rat. And the rat is now in the opponent. Easy win. He's immediately won that fight. I call that the Ratatouille strat. But yeah, if I had Kuma's fruit, I'd become... I bet you Ginny had like this idea and said, Kuma, just get 1,000,000 wasps. Or ants. Get 1,000,000 ants. Ants are easy to find. Ants. 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 Ant-Man. Stronger than Zoro. Sorry, that's cracking me up. This little old lady is clearly stronger than Zoro. Pick a straw hat to babysit Bobbin for me, Sanji. Immediately. I know Sanji's going to take the most care of Bobbing and give her delicious food because Bobbing's picky. She's a picky eater. I know it doesn't look it, but she's a picky little princess. He would make her crazy, crazy good food. Also, Blueberry really likes men. And I thought Blueberry would like Zoro. I talked about this, but she picked the Sanji pillow to sleep on last night. So I think she'd really like him. She does not have my taste because I'm not into men. I believe. Also, then I get to, yeah, have Sanji, like, because you know what? If he looked after Blueberry, you know what he'd do? He'd cook me something to take home, you know what I mean? Or if he had to baby, like, house sit Blueberry at my house, I'd come home to a fridge full of meals ready for me. Sanji's the obvious choice here. Even if you're a man, he's still gonna cook you all these meals. I think my bagel's here. Bagel! I don't want to say the name of the street that's near mine because then I might dox myself. Well, it's not a street, it's a court. I probably shouldn't even have said that. But it always makes me double look because I'm not saying the full street name, but it has clit in it. And I always go, bah! Every fucking time. Ah, Bagel's here! I'll be back. Actually, that reminds me. When I was looking at places to live, there was a place on a street called Rayleigh Street. And I said that to Anna, and she got so fucking mad. And she said, there's no way you are moving to live on Rayleigh Street. Spelt the exact same way, by the way. It was heartbreaking that I didn't like that place. But hey, I'm glad I didn't like that place because now I can't dox myself. Luffy Street. Oh! Fuck! You got me. You bastard, mama. What an evil, evil thing to do. I'm so excited. I'm vulnerable and excited for my bagel. And you throw the horrible man at me. That sucked. Sorry, this pot came out. Strummy. Hello, Alice. Hello, Mario. Bye, Subaki. I do wonder how Sanji feels about picky eaters. Because at the same time, they could be a challenge. At another time, as a cook who really respects food, I think they'd piss him off. Like, he'd cook for them. But Sanji likes and appreciates and has respect for all food. Like, you should eat if you can eat, you know what I mean? So I gotta wonder what do you think. I eat food I don't like even when I'm not starving. Because it's there. I wonder if Sanji has like a pasta sauce day. Like a kimchi day. He probably puts them all in one day. Like, Monday is hell. Do not enter the kitchen. It's pasta day and it's kimchi day. He is preparing his batches of pasta sauce and kimchi. You go in there, you risk getting your head kicked in. Hi, Anna. Sanji's meal prep strategy. Fuck if I know. Of course. Oh. You can always prepare the sauce fresh. I'd hate to see Sanji cooking. I bet he looks like such a gay boy about it. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? I bet he's so fucking finicky. It would piss me off. Spicy seafood pasta is delicious. I can see why. I shouldn't do it. I wonder where he draws the line. Because what if, like, Zoro walked into the kitchen and said, "Can I just have, like, a piece of buttered bread?" Like, would he say, "Fucking do that yourself"? Like, where does he draw the line of what is and isn't cooking? I don't know, man. Can I just have a slice of bread? Like, buttered with some peanut butter? And then Sanji stands there and has an eternal debate on if he should get that or not. Because A, like, on one hand, he is the cook. But it's insulting. On the other hand, Zoro in kitchen touching his cooking utensils. Doesn't sound good either. Zoro lets Sanji use his sword. Hasn't gone the other way around. Sanji has not let Zoro touch his cooking knives. I think if I I think there's been multiple times Zoro has reached for the cooking knives, wanting to see them. And Sanji's gone, "Get out! Don't touch my shit, you brute!" They are cooking knives, not katanas. Leave! And he's like, "I just want to see him." No! You animal, get out of my kitchen. He made more than just plain bean sprouts because he made a whole meal. I bet those beans were jumping. Do you think Sanji would watch Hannibal and would, like, comment on the cooking? Interesting use from Hannibal there. I personally wouldn't have used an orange glaze on human, bladder. Everyone looks at him like, what the fuck? He got a good cut of, human kidney, but you should not pair that with a white sauce. It'd be too tangy. And then Hannibal serves leg. And that's when Sanji really leans close to the screen to see what he does with that. God! He's a bit of a freak. I think he would do that. Look, I have a firm belief that, because I know everyone thinks Sanji's a gooner, and he is a gooner, you know? But I have a firm belief that he does not put gooning first. I do not believe he does. I truly think if he were watching a video of a beautiful big busty lady cooking something, but she was cooking it wrong, he'd be fighting like fucking mad internally, wondering what to do, you know? Like, he's not watching those big Bahumba Wombas jiggle around anymore. He's watching this technique of sauteing meat. And he's like shaking. He doesn't know what to do. Oh god, sorry, hiccups. Oh my god! Oh, he would not insult the woman. I know this artist. I love their Sanji. Because that Sanji fucks severely. I know this artist. I love that Sanji. I think all Sanjis are good Sanjis. Nearly. Nearly. Andrew was brought up one time in Punk Hazard. That was the first time we actively watched him cook a full meal for the crew. And he talked about this is a recipe he learned in Newcomer. He could stand to mention it more though. But I'll never forget when Mama Jork said that it's at the very end of Punk Hazard when he's making the soup or something for everyone. But I'll never forget when Mama Jork said that she thinks Sanji puts hockey in the food. And then when he's chopping the soba noodles in Wano, she pointed out that it looks like he's putting hockey in them. And I was like, wow, like my mind was blown because it's like, yeah, if that makes sense, if he can do that, he would do that. Because, you know, hockey's an energy. Well, he doesn't have cock yet. I'm not continuing this action. You know what? Let's not continue this line of thought. One of my favorite scenes in the Wano anime is when everyone is out training. Let me see if I can find it actually. I think I didn't save it. Darn, I definitely didn't save it. Well, maybe I can find it. Oh, I made this, by the way. If you ever see this meme around, I made this. This is mine. Sanji. God, surely I can remember the episode. It's not the right episode! But a fucking course of all episodes I'd randomly pick. It's the fucking Wano Zorsan meeting episode. God damn it. Yeah, subconscious yaoi. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boo! Boo! Fuck, am I gonna find it? Gay people, by the way. This is like not relevant, by the way. Hi, Shirahoshi. Buggy! Ah! I'm looking for just a single shot in the anime that made me laugh. It's gotta be around here. It has to be around here. I don't know where else it could be. No, I don't know where it is, but I swear it was somewhere around this episode. It's just basically a shot. Everyone's training and everyone's preparing for the war that's about to happen. But then we cut to Sanji and he's just making rice balls. And it's like oddly cute and domestic. Like everyone's ready and getting prepared for war. And then Sanji's just getting lunch ready. But I can't find it now. It was definitely around here somewhere. Sag. Hi, Law. Oh, there it is! I found it! This is the very end. Yep, so he's training. Even they're like doing specific shit. They're gathering things, he's making his they're building. Law's looking serious. And then Sanji's just making rice balls. Hang on, look. Isn't that so he's just getting lunch ready. And I think that's beautiful. That's my wife. That's my beautiful wife. Cooks me lunch. Well, we gotta think about where he's just been. He's just been to Whole Cake Island. And this is probably the first time he's able to cook everyone in the crew food. Because he made them soba noodles, but they weren't all there. And now he's making them all lunch. He's gonna be so happy, you know? Smoking while he's doing that though? I don't think so. Well, Sanji doesn't smoke this much while cooking. Like, he doesn't. That's mainly a Toei thing. Because usually Sanji smokes when he's, like, stressed. Oh my god, Mama, it's a metaphor. Mama, no! Stop it! But yeah, to my knowledge, Sanji does not really smoke while he's cooking. I can't remember when he has. I think maybe the only time was Punk Hazard that I can remember. Let's see if I can find that. Oh! I just got Law's fucking... Oh my god! Ew! Why did he used to look like that? Oh, thank god he doesn't look like that anymore. When he used to think he was so cool. But now we know he's a loser. Oh, nope, that's Doffy at Punk Hazard 696 maybe? He was smoking in Punk Hazard, I thought so. So he does smoke when he cooks, but it's not super frequent. He usually smokes when he's stressed. See? Well, you actually can't see the cigarette there. But you can see it here. Also, this is a really nice Sanji panel, this one. What the hell? He looks gorgeous. He looks gorgeous. I thought so. He's pouring a drink. This fucking guy. What type of apple is that? Hold on. What type of apple is that? That better not be the fucking, what was it called? Something black apple. That better be a Fuji apple. There it is. I told you, newcomer karate, secret art, 99 vital recipes. A chilled and tired body needs to pick me up. Official soup with sea pig meat. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh. Ah! Shut up, Mama. Sorry, I'm watching Men Love Sanji. Teehee. Teehee. His little sharp teeth, what is this? Teehee. Why do men love him so much? Sorry, I love this scene between Law and Luffy. We need to leave this place. Okay, I'll tell him. Let's eat! Oh, God. Why do men love him so much? I don't know. Look at him. I mean, I like him a lot. I'm not a man, though. And juice! Zoro. Oh. I don't know, I just like him. Just like him. Get over here. Oh God. It's hitting. Oops. Zoro just doesn't smile anymore, guys. He just doesn't smile anymore, you know? Like, what happened to the Zoro that I used to know? He just doesn't smile anymore. Man. This is such a cute panel. This is a joke, he still smiles. If you're new here, I absolutely hate that misconception. It's another misconception. Zoro doesn't smile anymore. Yes, he does. I don't know where that came from. It's people having a weird nostalgia for pre-time skip when, in my opinion, he's honestly stupider in the time skip. I really think he is. I think he lost some brain cells when he was with Mihawk. This is a really cute panel. Not to be... Mum and Dad. Anyway. Look at that huge salt shaker. Where the fuck is he getting these comically large kitchen utensils? Who gave these to him? Do they just have that? He pulls out a comically large spoon. $10.96. But at the same time, why did Sanji need comically large kitchen utensils? I guess he was making a big pot of something. Oh God, Sanji would make such a good wife. Cook me food. Stay home, cook me food. Make sure the house is clean. Yes, honey. Do they have a lawnmower for the deck of the Sunny? I think I asked that question once. And I think someone said Frankie is probably smart enough that he made like a self-mowing lawn or some shit. And I couldn't argue with that, because they're probably right. Chopper eats the grass. That feels like a microaggression. Guys, my alarm, I have to get out of bed. Pa 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 pa. Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. 'Cause it feels so mystical, magical. Strawberry. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Oh my god. Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality. That's a real Sanji's type of song. Put my gun against his head. Pulling my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun. And now you've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. It's Ace and Sanji. It's Ace and Sanji! What are you fucking talking about? That's Sanji, bitch! Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. That's Sanji too! Multiple characters can have that song. Queen! Oh. Guinea. Her name is Guinea, not Ginny. I keep fucking forgetting that. Mama! Ooh, I gotta listen to it now. reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. Easy come, easy go. Little high, little low. Anyway the wind. Back in the day, the tech of the day was panning. To have music in one ear and a different instrument in the other. That was like the technology. But it's so fucking annoying! I hate it! Mama! Just killed a man. Now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. This is fucking Sanji. Time tomorrow. Carry on, carry on. Didn't mean to make you cry? That's Zoro and Sanji. Anyway, the wind blows. Yeah! About of Sanji running away? My time has come. Everybody, I've got to go. And that's Whole Cake Island. Goodbye, everybody. I gotta go. Bitch! Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. That's fucking Zo! That's Zo! I will not stand for this! When he literally has to say goodbye, I'm not doing this. I'm right, you're wrong. Pee pee poo poo. I'm shadowboxing. I'm fighting invisible people in my head. Ooh, I don't wanna die. Sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. Bang a song. Meow 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 meow. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche. Ba 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 ba. It's bizarre to run into people that don't know this song. Like, this is officially an old people song. Officially. There are people who don't know it. I have encountered them. So you think you can stop me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Just gotta get right out of here. It is adults, but it is always adults that are younger than me. Behind? What? What's behind me? Freddy? Ah! Don't do that! Nice try. Oh, another great song just started playing. It's Are You Gonna Be My Girl? 1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me. I'm not actually listening to this. Looking into eat my bagel. Danny, just go to whattimeisit.rightnow.com. Everything bagel. What time is it right now.com? What do you think about Trafalgar, by the way? That's a great name. Tandoori, that's weird. That's weird. Oh yeah, I think that was a good point. And I still think that's a good point. Because where the fuck is his crew when he visits Rayleigh and Gabon? Bleh. Where's my music? Oh. Fun fact, I actively watched a Japanese shuggy artist go fucking crazy on twitter.com because ages ago they made a Rayleigh doujinshi. It was like Roger and Rayleigh, but Roger was dead. But they made a Rayleigh doujinshi of Shanks visiting Rayleigh. And then they had Shanks and Rayleigh talking, right, in Subodhi. And then Rayleigh asks, where's Buggy? What's going on with Buggy? And Shanks is like, I don't know. But I miss him. And I wish he, you know, came with me instead. And then the chapter dropped of Shanks in the bath with Gabon saying, I just wanted to live a carefree life with Buggy. And like me, they went fucking nuts. Because... Little Luffy, I don't remember their name. But they were a Japanese artist. And they went fucking crazy. Because they were like, oh, I put that in! I put that in my doujin! They were like, I did it! I figured it out, I was right. They did the same thing I did. And they jumped up and screamed. That would be so satisfying though, writing a fan comic and then in the future your fan comic gets basically proven. That's what happened to Sasuke and Naruto. That Shuggy reaction video that I put on Twitter of me going crazy over Shanks and Buggy because Shanks said I just wanted to live a carefree life with Buggy and I went nuts. Because I guessed that that was the reason, but also because Yaoi. That still has a lot of dude bros lingering on my Twitter trying to like poke at me to, I don't know, make me look like an idiot or something, which I already do that to myself, so nice try. I don't actually know what the end goal is, but I still have like some of those kinds of guys in my replies just trying to start a fight, and it's like, I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm happy in my corner with my Yaoi. I won. Oh, he's back. Thank you, dragon. Makes me flustered. Stop it. Incredible bit that you've got going. I really respect the dedication. Oh, God. Now, can someone roleplay Sanji and donate me like $1,000? You have to be accurate. Guy with 3 eyes, I don't know what that is. Danny, you can't just ask that. What the fuck? One Piece is great because you can make a fair argument that a lot of people want to fuck the clown. Not just follow him, they want him. Buggy's like influence is literally that he's just so charismatic that people fall in love with him. I think it's a fair cop to say a good majority of Buggy's current Buggy heads, Buggy followers want him. They want him, you know? The clown is irresistible. And now suddenly Shanks doesn't seem so crazy. I've lost the manga page, but the manga page where we are reintroduced to the 4 emperors. And they're the new emperors. And we see Buggy the Clown. And there are tons of men in his audience getting heart eyes and squealing. Because Buggy says, "Don't you mean our world?" And they go, "Ah, Buggy!" They want him. They want him. I just don't know the chapter. Buggy would be overpowered with boa's fruit. I'm telling you, Shanks is slamming his fist into the table. Because he had the clown first. He was the first person to see the clown appeal. And now these fucking fake buggy heads are popping up everywhere. Now that he's popular, they like him. And Shanks is mad as fuck. No, it's not about his ex outshining him. It's... He got the buggy appeal first. He was there. He liked Buggy first. And now all these newcomers are fucking jumping on him, wanting some of that Bugusi. And he's pissed. He's pissed. I wanted to bonk and honk first! Oh, Mihawk and Buggy definitely talk about Shanks. And they bitch about him like fucking crazy. They really bitch about him. That bum. That one-armed, alcoholic, ambitionless bum. They drink and get petty about it. And then Crocodile walks in and says, why do you both hate him so much? And then they go, "Oh boy, glad you asked. Girl, sit down. We've got tea to spill." Guy with 3 eyes, I think that was a mistranslation. I think Buggy says, if you're Pirate King, what am I, a god? I think that's what he says. I could be wrong though. See, I don't know because Luffy kind of has face blindness. He's kind of bad with faces. So I think it's possible he may mistake Shamrocks for Shanks, but at the same time, Luffy is obsessed with Shanks. So I can also see Luffy being like, no, that's not Shanks. You know what I mean? Like immediately. So I don't know. I really don't know. Exactly, Luffy can tell with aura. But remember in the time skip, he thought the bum fake straw hats were Zoro and Sanji. And he went, oh, that was weird. No, Luffy's good with character assessment, but he kind of has face blindness. I can't think of a lot of examples now, but there have been a few times where he's been like pretty easily tricked by someone who is clearly not someone he knows, but they kind of look like someone he knows. He thought Reiji was Sanji. That's true, he did. Foxy, I think that did happen with Foxy. The fake straw hats in Sabaody. He thought Sanji, the fake Sanji and Zoro were the real Sanji and Zoro for a time. And he was a little confused. Yeah, Luffy's got a bit of face blindness. There's a bit in Family Guy that's like Brian's searching for Stewie, and then he finds him and Stewie's like, how did you find me? And Brian says, I used my nose, which I always forget about. That's Chopper. I always forget about. Family Guy might be better than One Piece. See, what he's shouldering right now is the pain of sore knees, sore backs, and sore joints. This is what's got him fucking bleeding. These old people have got to be fighting wars on the daily. 'Cause that's just crazy. Like, look at him. Look at him. What a fucking old person's back pain can do. That's crazy work. Oh. I'm telling you guys, a million wasps. It would solve the situation. You know what? Rare. I'm gonna say one of the rarest things I've ever said in my life right now. Maybe Gop is right. Maybe old people should just die. I love Egghead because Gop literally teaches Kobe a lesson of no, old people aren't worth it. And then all of Egghead is actually Gop's fucking wrong. Gop is wrong. Old people are not, they should not be discarded just because they are seen as useless to society. Damn, I didn't think about it like that. It's true. Vegapunk is better off for dying. So Gop next! Kill that old man! No, all of Egghead is literally, even Kuma's backstory here, is all about, like, old people should not just be sacrificed just because they're old. That's fucked up. Rayleigh's old. Maybe he should just die. If it's foreshadowing that Garp is going to die, can he just die already? I don't want to see him anymore. I've seen too much of him lately. I don't care for this bum. How do I feel about the exchange between Harold and Rox when he mentions Garp being better off as a pirate? My reaction is, Rox is fucking right. Because Rox is asking, why the fuck is Garp still a Marine? Good question! Rox is right! He's basically saying, if Garp really feels this way, why is he still a Marine? He should be a pirate. Rox is correct! I would like to know. Why is Garp holding on so bad to this shitty fucking system that even Rox knows is shitty? Like, what is his fucking end goal at this point? Or what is his, like, stubbornness? What is this? Because when Rock said that, when I was reading it, right? When I was reading it, during that stream, I literally laughed and said, Rox is right! Guy with 3 eyes, the thing is, Harold is literally digging his own grave. I think the point of Harold is he's supposed to be a little bit, I don't want to say blind, but he's a little bit naive. Because Rox even says, nah. And of course, what happened to Harold? He tried to get in with the world government and he got killed. Right? We are literally watching Harold be like, nah, the Marines are surely fine. And he got killed. Like, he got taken out. Harold has a lot of naivete to him. And that's what Rox is saying. Rox is going, no. And he's bald. We don't know if it's the Marines who killed him, but we can fair fucking guess it was the world government. And once again, who do the Marines work for? Right? Because again, it's like, we literally just watch Harold get accused by the, like, world government journalism. Oh, he's a monster. And then Harold's going, no, no, there are still good people. And then Rox is going, mate. Like, in my opinion, Harold is not there to tell us, guys, there's good people. Harold is there to show us he's a bit naive. Because again, the reason I know Harold's wrong in that situation is because he died. He's dead! He clearly got assassinated. Whatever he was trying to do with world government relations and world power relations, which includes the Marines, got him in hot water. Because this is a guy who is trying to get rights in a system that demands sacrifice for rights and don't see him as a living person with rights anyways. As in, the only reason they want the giants is for power. Garp even fucking says that. Garp is like, well, if we had giants, think of our military. They're not even thinking of them as, like, giving them rights. They're thinking, well, if we had the giants, our power would double. And not, well, the giants are living beings too. Maybe they fucking deserve rights? Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Harold is literally trying to hold hands with his oppressors. And it's not working. And again, we know it didn't work because Harold was clearly assassinated. The good people in the Marines, the issue is they don't make enough of a difference. Because there are, I would say, good people in the Marines, like Smoker. But we saw what happened to Smoker, even though he tried to keep the facts straight. And even though he tried to reject any kinds of promotions regarding what happened in Alabasta, even in Punk Hazard, it's not enough. Because the people they work for will actively suppress that goodness no matter what. You know? There are, like, Fujitora, but Fujitora's different because he was drafted. That's what Dragon is there for, right? That's exactly what Dragon is there for. Monkey D. Dragon, if you're still in the chat, big ups. Big ups, Monkey D. Dragon. That's literally what he's there for. To criticize the Marine system. That is what the Revolutionary Army exists for. Which is why it really pisses me off when people go, but the Marines still do good. That's the Revolutionary Army. The Marines were so bad at doing good that someone said someone actually has to stick up for the little guy. Because the Marines aren't doing that. And you know who said that? Fucking Dragon. Dragon made the executive decision that the Marines suck. There is no justice in the Marines. This is a false system that works on power. And he didn't like it. And he went off and he made the Revolutionary Army. Like, the second we found out Dragon used to be in the Marines, that was huge. That is a massive, massive lore dump that this man was in this system. And he said, this sucks. I don't want to stay here anymore. There is no justice in this place. Right? That's huge that he said that. So, which is why when I argue this, I'm like, but I'm literally arguing, like, the Marines are the thing that made the Revolutionary Army. If the Marines were doing their job, the Revolutionary Army wouldn't exist. It's that simple. Or if the Marines were doing what people thought they were doing, the Revolutionary Army wouldn't exist. The Revolutionary Army exists because the Marines are a false sense of justice. And they don't actually serve the common person, they serve themselves. And the power that they serve as well, which is why Garp is such a hypocrite. He's such a hypocrite. I think Aokiji's lazy justice came about because of what happened in Ohara. I think he wasn't originally lazy justice. I think that happened because of Ohara and he lost motivation for this cause. Because he felt something is wrong. He just had to watch a whole island of innocent people be killed by Akainu and the Marines, mind you. He had to take out one of his oldest friends, which was Saul, which he didn't want to do, and he didn't do. And he was ordered to execute a little girl, and he couldn't do it. And he's stuck in the Marines. But, you know, he clearly didn't have his heart in it, and I think we know why. And then when he finally confronts Akainu about it, they get in such a big fight that he leaves. Because he lost. And Akainu refused to change his ways. You know? I'm telling you, when the Dragon Garp discussion happens, because it's 100% gonna happen, I know when Dragon left the Marines, he talked to his dad. And he talked to his dad about how fucked this all is. The game's gonna change. The game is going to change. I'll win. Easy, by a landslide when that happens. I should have already won when Dragon said I was in the Marines, there was no justice there. That's already astronomical to me. But whatever. I've won! If Jinbei ate Marco's phoenix fruit, he wouldn't be able to swim anymore. Remember, there's a fishman with a devil fruit, Vanderdecken, and he can't swim. He can't swim, he has to use a bubble at all times. Truman, I don't... Wait, why would bringing Fishman... But Jinbei wouldn't be able to swim. Whatever. Well, to be honest, Vender Decken wasn't created to be the most scummy, unlikable motherfucker ever. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that Vender Decken got nothing. Nothing, you know? He couldn't even be somewhat attractive. He just had to be horrible in all ways. Oda wanted to make sure fucking no one liked this guy, and I think he succeeded. Mama Mad Dog, I like how you end that with hee. Hee. Ow! Woo! Fuck, what was he doing again?
Peraí. Peraí.
Oh fuck, you haven't seen it? Oh god, I have to show everybody again. It's just someone impersonating Michael Jackson on a Brazilian, like, a mock Brazilian talk show. We will now see it again. Because babies love repetition.
O time de... Peraí. Peraí. Michael.
That's Brazilian Michael Jackson Daily. Woo! 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 Bangers, bangers. It's a funny video. Why is he looking at me like that? I love the theory. Yeah, Jesus was real, but he was just a cool guy. He was just chill. He was just a chill guy. Someone just basically decided to write a story about their cool buddy Jeff, you know? And somehow he became the prophet. No, you know what would happen to Buggy? Woo! 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 Oh god, yeah, I wonder how many people threw off their headphones. He's huge! We want to talk about the real savior? Mm-hmm. All he needs is a crown of thorns. Why did they do this? This is the movie where Usopp was fighting a fart man, and to stop the fart man from farting, Usopp put his lips around his asshole. And took on all the gas. Let me find it. I have all the movies downloaded. Let me find it. So I do not sound insane. See, look, this guy farts. His power is flatulence. The way I got this nearly dead on the timestamp is actually crazy. I told you! I told you! I did not make that shit up. Is Sanji there? Or has Sanji been kidnapped already? I think Sanji was the first to get kidnapped. Yeah, Sanji got kidnapped already. And I remember that because I went, yay. I went, yippee! Because he got thrown into the dome. Oh, and he's been crucified already. This is clockwork. There he is! There crucified! Oh, I must say, Zoro looks really good in this movie. He looks super good in this movie. I fuck with the blazer, the open blazer, no undershirt look that he's got going on. I fuck with that heavy. And then there's the part where he rips off his sleeves. They've been crucified! Him ripping up his sleeves is crazy because I remember like thinking, why didn't he just take off his blazer? Hang on, I'm looking for it. Oh, he's been crucified! Fuck! Hang on, I'm looking for when he rips it off. Oh, I love you, Sanji. Oh, I love you, Sanji. Moi. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Where is Sanji? Where is Zoro ripping off his, The animation's really good, too, when he does it. Oh, God. I can't watch all of this. I'll get copyrighted. Here we go. There it is! What the fuck? Does he have a butt plug? Sorry, anyway. Zoro looks good. He looks good in this movie. He looks good. That was awesome. I don't mind. Zoro has his moments. And his arm, like, because he should have arms this big. If anything, they should be bigger than that. I fuck with that. That looks... Because he should be muscled the fuck up, right? His biceps should be huge. I fuck with that. I think that's a really, like, good bit of animation. Oh, and he's putting his... Oh, I see, I see. So he's making, like, his own outfit. Okay, fashionista. Oh god, I wish One Piece looked like this all the time. Anyway. There was something else in this movie. Oh yeah, the very beginning. Oh my god, look! They're getting married. Isn't that beautiful? Congratulations to this polyamorous group, I suppose. Luffy's the officiator. Actually, Luffy would show up to his wedding like this. No, Usopp's wearing a marriage outfit too. I don't know what culture, though. I want to believe that in this movie they put Sanji in the white suit and Oda saw this and went, yeah. Oh, it is Africa, is it? I want to believe Oda saw that and went, yeah, you know what? I need to put him in a white suit at some point. Whole Cake Island it is. Oh, you're joking? Oh, my bad. Mama Mad Dog, please! I'm stupid! Oh god, this movie does look really good. Whoa! Oh, that's enough of that! Goodness me! That's enough of that. Where does that movie rank for me? I don't think of it much. I don't think of it much, but I do like it. Like, I wouldn't put it as a favorite, but I do like it because of the animation. I really like the animation. God damn. Wait, this was also the movie where Zoro was doing push-ups. And for some fucking reason, he was right next to when Sanji and Nami were. Yes! So he's putting sunscreen on Nami's back because she's asked for it, right? And for some fucking reason, go to the other end of the beach, my guy. You don't need to be here doing all this. Bro, he's got some cheeks though. What's going on? Oh god. Ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the fact that he has these sandbags and he's carried them from the ship onto the beach. So he could just do push-ups on the beach. That's so funny. Usopp's outfit's so cute. Yeah, of course I've seen the first One Piece movie. I've seen all of them. See you, Mary. Fuck, I can't argue with him, right? He's right. Gotta love that flag. You know what? This movie's better than I remember it being. I think actually this might be a top favorite. I think my movie rankings would be Baron Omatsuri, Film Gold, Film Red, Stampede, Clockwork. I think that's probably my rankings. Gold, Baron Omatsuri is definitely a masterpiece. It's like 100%. It's just absolutely incredible. Baron Omatsuri is the most competently and like not just competent, but it's also amazing. Baron Omatsuri is an incredible film. It's incredibly written, and I love it because you can watch it with a non-One Piece fan and they can still enjoy it to the fullest. Because I watched it with Sarah. She had fucking no idea about anything and she loved it. And then Film Gold is second because Film Gold is the most competent written film behind Baron Omatsuri. Like, Film Gold functions as a film and it does that very well. Also because Nami and her lesbian girl best friend, and I fuck with that heavy. Film Red is third because I love Film Red. I just love it. But it's not as well written as Film Gold. So I have to put Film Red third, I think. But I love it. It's leagues better than the majority of One Piece films, for sure. And then the reason Stampede is fourth is because it is not well written. But it's fun. And I always say the worst thing you can be is boring. Film Stampede is unbelievably fun. It's an event, right? It is not a movie, but it's fun. I watched it. I cheered. And then Clockwork Orange. Not Clockwork Orange. Sorry, everybody. Clockwork is probably the fifth one because I remember this one the most. As you can tell, I remember Usopp sucking up a fart Whoa, I'd suck a fart out of her ass. Sorry, I remember that. Clockwork Orange? Yeah. Sorry, Clockwork Orange always in my head. The movie where Sanji wags his finger at Robin, that was a pre-time skip movie. Hang on, maybe if I bring up the, Oh! Adventure of Dead End is really good. I like Adventure of Dead End. That's a really fun one. Okay, Giant Mecha Soldier of Karakuri Castle is where he waggles his finger at Robin. That's also the one where Sanji gets mad at technology and beats it up. Is this the one that had the crazy jiggle physics? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Oh! Whip his ass. This is also the one where it has one of my favorite bits between Zoro and Sanji in it. Which is when they fall into, like, slop. And, Zoro nearly cuts Sanji by accident. And Sanji's like, "You nearly hit me!" And Zoro goes, "Damn, I missed." And then they start fighting. Hang on, I gotta find it again. I'm pretty sure that was this film. Was it not this film? I could have sworn it was. It was. I love this scene. Hang on. While I don't like this movie all that much, this scene is really good. The reason I love this scene so much is because he says this, right? And then he is actively waiting for his head to get kicked. Like, he knows it's coming. It's such a good scene. I love this scene because of that. He knows it's coming because he started the fight. It make me laugh. Anyway, let me find the finger waggle scene. Oh, and then they're sitting together, and it's so cute. It's so kawaii. Look at that shoulder difference. Sorry. Oh, this is also when Nami and Zoro fall. And Zoro goes, "Ah!" I just have to say, if that was Sanji, that would have been easy for him. And this is also when Robin saves Sanji because he falls. Oh, it's shit. Oh my god. I don't know why she didn't keep going. Damn. Do something! Do something! See, that's what I think Sanji's gonna do in Elbap. I think he's gonna say, Zoro, do something! Anyway. Oh yeah, and then but then Donkey Kong Country cart, minecart level? Whatever. Oh. Why is he being held like that? There it is. There you go. Yeah, I've seen Cursed Sword.
Hey Pink Lady, just wanted to say love your videos and also love your older GX videos. Looking forward to your Kuma vid.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No, Cursed Sword is not the worst movie. I actually don't mind Cursed Sword. The worst movie is Film Z. I'm sorry. I don't understand people liking that movie. I thought it sucked. There were a lot of points in that movie where I was like, this kind of just sucks. Oh, that's a good kick. But Zoro in Cursed Sword is not the Zoro that fanboys think he is, because he, like, betrayed the crew to help his friend. It's actually not the Zoro they think he is. I don't even remember the character Zed. Like, I don't remember that character. I really don't. Sorry, I'm fucking around because I'm kind of done for today with editing. I was gonna get to 30 minutes, but I'm exhausted. I made it to 29 minutes, so that's good. I am now halfway there. Thank you, gang. This stream is probably going to get copyrighted because of all the movie clips I showed. Anyway, yeah, my One Piece knowledge is such that I remember Usopp sucking a fart in the second One Piece movie. I know, that's crazy work. Oh, wait. There's one more thing. The third movie. The third movie is Chopper's Animal Kingdom. And there's a little gay scene in this movie. Check this out. And then, wait, it's not over. No, wait, no, this scene cracks me the fuck up. I burst out laughing when I first watched this scene. Ready, watch this. Okay, so Zoro's gone, he sinks into the water. Okay. Oh my god! Where did he come from? I didn't know he was a magician. Houdini himself? What the fuck? In the span of like 5 seconds, he sunk into the water and then appeared behind him. And then ready, watch this. Ah! Chains. Just pure muscle. Just pop them off. Wow. Oh, he's so cool! How in the world? Guys, pay attention. Anyway, I can't show all this. Okay, he's saying that. I know a guy. I really annoy. Sometimes the movies are good, but it's only per one scene. They had a Fujo in the writing room. I know they did. And they slipped that in. Thank you, Fujo in the writing room. I know a guy. There's something beautiful about that. That the two of them are like, no. I fight with this fuckhead every day. Trust me, you're nothing. Anyway, now I'm done. Now I'm done for the night. Alright. Ooh, I gotta wash my hair. It's greasy. Ooh, it's greasy. Okay, yep. It's time to go. I'm going in my box. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow for editing, and I will... Oh, God, sorry. See you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Howdy do, boys.